just went to Lagos, and you carried your community with you. Like, you didn't go there and get famous, and just forget about everyone. You took
expressed delight at receiving the medical supplies on behalf of the country. The National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, says Nigerian security agents enforcing the coronavirus lockdown in Nigeria have killed more citizens in the last 2 weeks than the deadly virus. The NHRC in a report said, while the disease has so far killed 11 persons in Nigeria, according to data from the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, security operatives have caused the death of 18 people. In the report signed by its Executive Secretary, Tony Ojukwu, and made public on Wednesday, the Commission assessed the incidents of violation of human rights over the last 2 weeks. It said there were 8 documented incidents of extrajudicial killing leading to 18 deaths. He said out of this number, 12 deaths were recorded in Kaduna State. Abia State also recorded 2 deaths arising from 2 incidents, while Delta, Niger, Ebonyi, and Katsina states recorded 1 death each. The Executive Secretary, National Human Rights Commission, Tony Ojukwu, said of the 18 deaths, the Nigeria Correctional Service was responsible for 8 deaths, while the police were responsible for 7 deaths. The report described the action of the security agents as a total disregard for rules of engagement in dealing with the civil population. The British High Commission in Nigeria has made arrangements for charter flights to convey British citizens stranded in the country back home. It was gathered that not less than 4,000 British citizens residing in Nigeria had earlier shown interest in being evacuated to their country. The High Commission last week said efforts are ongoing to ensure that the Britons are successfully evacuated from Nigeria. Though Nigeria has a total confirmed coronavirus case of 373, that of the United Kingdom has soared to over 98,000. The British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Katrina Laing, disclosed the evacuation plans in a statement. He said arrangements have been made with British Airways to run charter flights from Nigeria. The Commissioner said the flights will depart this Saturday, the 18th day of April. Elsewhere, pensioners have appealed to President Muhammadu Buhari to include them in the palliative measures being distributed to vulnerable Nigerians by the federal government as a result of the lockdown to contain the spread of the coronavirus. The pensioners noted that they should be the #1 beneficiaries of government's palliative because they are the most vulnerable group to the COVID-19 pandemic due to their old age. They made the appeal in a statement by the General Secretary, Nigeria Union of Pensioners. I'll take that again, please. They made the appeal in a statement by the General Secretary, Nigeria Union of Pensioners, Actor Zal, on Wednesday in Abuja. According to the statement, the lockdown and restriction of movement would affect the elderly, who are mostly pensioners. The pensioners urged the PTF to liaise with the National Secretariat of the NUP in Abuja for proper identification in order to ensure that the palliatives get to genuine pensioners. The union said it has also written to the chairman of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, as well as the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Hajia Sadia Umar Farouk, on the imperative of including the pensioners in the palliative. Exactly 1 week after the office of the Accountant General of the Federation was gutted by fire, there has been another fire outbreak at the headquarters of the Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC. The fire occurred on Wednesday morning at the 7-story building located in Maitama, Abuja. The building is located on the same street that houses other top government offices, such as the National Youth Service Corps, the Nigeria Incentives Risk-Based Sharing for Agricultural Lending, and the Nigeria Export Promotion Commission, among others. Reports say there was no loss of documents or lives. News Dawn continues right after this break. Stay with us, please.
Onage na yata mo makoyo ona ne coronavirus na wa gbelewu na ege no keke na ya ga lu ebe na ya ye gbo wa ne botie toiletro ra upon ne kere na re mo bo ne botie akati ya gunu kebiwe wa ga tolu nwe ege no keke na ya ga gbobo ege hia kebe ave lu hand sanitizer aye na viegbe no monoto lo hwe na so gege de kan we ege na okeke na ga gba oge gboma kebe otemi yoma no sikoma de guna ge ige egbe we no we ra omo no sike we egege radio wisi egbe no sike we se useti le tie olabana 08000267662 ra 08009700010 ni we de gbe tie 08000267662 ra 08009700010 ujirege enwe ayahin magbon coronavirus emi na bege ba o KUFM 92.7 oyuna ya wewe
Welcome back. Still on the news dawn. Ogun State Governor Dakpo Abiodun says the current relaxation of the lockdown in the state from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. will be suspended on Friday. The governor also said the state will soon commence strict enforcement of wearing of face masks in the public, saying it would help flatten the spread of the coronavirus. Governor Abiodun, in a statement by his chief press secretary, Kunle Shomori, urged the residents of the state to consider the extension announced by the president on Monday a necessary sacrifice to defeat an invisible and deadly enemy. Thousands of residents in Sapele Delta State have grounded the timber town to a halt when they took to the streets to protest the continued lockdown of the state by the government. The governor had made a broadcast to residents of the state on Tuesday morning, announcing the extension of the 14-day lockdown, which began on April 1st for another 2 weeks and imposing a dusk to dawn curfew. The residents are demanding that the state government relax the lockdown. Akwa Ibom State government has assured civil servants of its readiness to pay the April salary following the COVID-19 lockdown in the state. The head of civil service, Efsheng Essien, disclosed this in Uyo, the state capital. Essien also assured the people of the government's commitment to providing palliatives in terms of food items to cushion the effects of the lockdown. And from Akwa Ibom, we go over to Kaduna State, where the Kaduna State governor, Nasser El-Rufai, says he has not recovered from the coronavirus disease that has infected no fewer than 407 people in Nigeria. The governor gave the update after chairing a virtual meeting of the Kaduna State Executive Council on Wednesday. While giving the update via his Twitter handle, El-Rufai warned against being misled about his coronavirus status. He pledged to make his status public whenever he recovers from the virus. The governor said he will personally announce when confirmed negative. El-Rufai earlier announced that he tested positive for the virus on March the 28th. Governor Aminu Masari of Katsina State has directed that indigents returning from coronavirus-affected states or coming back from abroad must be screened at entry points by the health personnel manning the land borders. The Commissioner for Information, Culture and Home Affairs, Abdul Karim Sirika, disclosed this at the government house in Katsina, the state capital. Sirika, who revealed this during a visit to traditional rulers by the committee, said they have been requested to report the presence of returnees from trips for proper scrutiny by health personnel. A medical doctor has died of COVID-19 at the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Luth. The practicing medical doctor died at the isolation ward after contracting the virus from a patient he had been managing in a private hospital. The deceased, Dr. Chugbu Emeka, becomes the first health worker in Nigeria to die from the novel coronavirus. Confirming the death, the chief medical director of Luth, Professor Chris Bode, says Dr. Chugbu was brought into the facility late on Monday after showing severe symptoms. Professor Bode said the late doctor once worked with Luth before going into private practice. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Medical Association has condoled with the family of the doctor and members of the medical community over the loss. Dr. Emeka specialized in obstetrics and gynecology and was a former vice president of the National Association of Resident Doctors in Luth. Coming up in a moment, stocks on the Nigerian Stock Exchange gained by the most since early March. Details of this after this break. Stay with us, please.
Beautiful one, I call on you today. bless you.
This not the time of bless you. This season when we say coronavirus, so they show yourself for the world there. Now time to use tissue paper or handkerchief. Take cover your mouth or nose when you dey cough or sneeze. This not time to always wash your hand. Use hand sanitizer where contain better alcohol. This not time to give ears, as in avoid me, give me space to any person where they cough or sneeze. This is not time to protect yourself or neighbors from sickness. So if you notice anything, sharp, carry yourself or the person go hospital or call this number free of charge. You're not going to collect money for your hand. That is toll-free number for 080 00 26 7662. 080 00 26 7662. You first bring this other number for 080 09 70 00010. Remember, say life now says coronavirus not the show for face, so and person with their life and carry first to. This message is from KUFM 2.7.
Beautiful world, we call on you today. Come feel this place today. Let your presence dwell amongst us. Ocean divine.
You're still on to News Dawn on 92.7 KUFM. On business, stocks on the NSE gained by the most since early March as OPEC and allies announced big production cuts. More on our business news.
1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 600 billion, and the last kobo. Oh yes, we follow the money. It's all about the business and the business of business. The gains and the losses. The bulls and bears. The rise and falls. The risk and the satisfaction of seeing the last kobo rise to millions. On KUFM's Business News, the simple and complex jargons of business just make sense. Get the trending news on the morning market, forecast, investment opportunities, policy changes, and other breakout information on the ever-busy world of business. KU Business News, Monday to Friday on our News Dawn, 6:30 to 7 a.m.
On business, stocks on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, NSE, gained by the most since early March after OPEC and its allies agreed to an unprecedented oil production cut to prop up oil price. The benchmark oil share index gained 1.47% compared to 1.7% on March 3rd to extend bull run to 3 days, the longest seen since the first trading week of the previous month. Gains in big tier banks, including big cap stocks like Nestle, by 8.52%. to 830.30 naira 2 kobo, and Seplat by 1% to 495 naira helped per year's loss for the broad market to 20.33%. However, Dangote Sugar was the day's biggest gainer after unit price rose 9.74% to 10 naira 7 kobo. UBA gained 9.73% to 6 naira 2 kobo. FBNH edged higher by 6.82% to 4 naira 7 kobo. Zenith Bank by 5.66% to 14 naira, while GTB and Access gained 3.01% to 18 naira 85 kobo and 2.31% to 6 naira 65 kobo respectively. OPEC Plus on Sunday agreed to a record production cut of nearly 10 million barrels per day, at least a tenth of global supply, to support oil prices that have fallen around 50% since mid-February. The 9.7 million barrels per day cut, which exceeds 2008's record 2.2 million barrels per day cut, will come into effect in May and June. The collapse in oil price was initially driven by slowing demand for the fuel by economies due to the shutdown of activities caused by the COVID-19. But a failure of OPEC and allies to agree on a production cut crashed the price further and threatened oil-producing economies. And finally, on business, FBN Holdings PLC, the holding company for First Bank of Nigeria and its former subsidiaries, has announced ongoing discussions to fully divest from its insurance arm, FBN Insurance Business Limited. In a regulatory filing at the Nigerian Stock Exchange, FBN Holdings said it has started discussions with its partner, Sanlam Emerging Markets, which holds 35% equity stake in FBN Insurance Limited, on proposed sale of FBN Holdings' 65% majority equity stake in FBN Insurance Limited. Sanlam Group has been associated with and has been the other shareholder of FBN Insurance PLC since it was established in 2010. Sanlam, with over 100 years experience and expertise in insurance, asset management, wealth management and investment, is one of the leading insurance companies in Nigeria. According to the formal notice sent to the exchange and signed by the company secretary, Sheye Kosoko, FBN Holdings said the move was in line with the group's strategic objectives, adding that they are currently engaging the regulators for the necessary approvals. And that's it on business. Over now to sports, where Scottish Professional Football League leaders Dundee United have been crowned champions. Egosa Agbeka has details of this on our sports desk.
The Scottish Professional Football League has declared Dundee United, Red Rovers and Cove Rangers champions, and the task force is to look at expanding the Premiership after Dundee belatedly backed plans to end the season. The Football Association subsequently confirmed the league winners will be promoted, and Partick Thistle and Stranraer Rovers demoted, and also said it would explore league construction for next season. The Scottish Championship Club have had a change of heart after casting an aborted no vote on Friday. Has Chairman Han Budge and Les Gray of Hamilton Academica will lead the task force and will be joined by other football figures to provide input and support. The clubs run by Budge and Gray currently occupy the bottom two places in the top flight, with the former the vocal advocate of a bigger top division. However, the league says it is committed to consulting with the Premiership clubs before doing so. A total of 81% of Scotland's 42 senior clubs have backed the resolution, which means end of season payments can be made to the lower league sides by the end of this week. Still talking football, Spanish giants Real Madrid and Barcelona are reportedly set to go head-to-head for the signature of Arsenal striker Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. The Gunners captain is out of contract at the Emirates next summer and has been persistently linked with a move to La Liga in recent months. Aubameyang scored 17 goals in the Premier League prior to the coronavirus suspension, but the potential lack of European football in North London could leave the Gabon international seeking pastures new elsewhere. He has netted 61 times since 97 games for Mikel Arteta's side since arriving from Borussia Dortmund in 2018. According to Sports, Reyes could sue for the 30-year-old should Barcelona prioritize the signing of Lautaro Martinez from Inter Milan, with Aubameyang supposedly keen to make a decision on his future this summer. The report also claims that Arsenal are willing to sell in order to alleviate any financial problems arising from the coronavirus pandemic, and Los Blancos could sign Aubameyang for a fee of 15 million euros. And finally to boxing, where former WBC champion Deontay Wilder has admitted that something was wrong causing his defeat to Tyson Fury, but said no one should be surprised by his desire to fight again. Fury floored Wilder twice and stopped him in seven one-sided rounds to become WBC heavyweight champion 14 months after they initially fought to a draw. They are expected to fight again in October. Wilder insisted his body language was wrong, has previously claimed that his ring work outfit, weighing 40 pounds, tired his legs and contributed to his loss. The American, previously undefeated in 43 and feted as one of boxing's all-time hardest punchers, intends to pursue his right for a third fight with Fury. Back in 2003, Mike Tyson said that he broke his back when he knocked out the Black Rhino Clifford Etienne. Meanwhile, IBF, WBA and WBO champion Anthony Joshua hopes for an undisputed title fight with WBC holder Fury after he defends his hold against Kubrat Pulev. He plans to seek more advice from legendary heavyweight George Foreman. And that's it from sports. I am Egosa Agbeka. Back to you, Charles.
Thank you very much, Egosa, for those sports stories. And with those stories, we come to the end of our package this morning. But before we leave, here's a quick recap of the headlines. In this bulletin, we told you that Nigeria's health minister has recommended the use of improvised face masks. We also told you that the UNDP has shipped 50 ventilators and personal protective equipment to Nigeria to battle the COVID-19. And finally, we told you that the NHRC have said that security agents have killed more Nigerians in 2 weeks than the coronavirus. Do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. Meanwhile, coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors. Stay safe. KUFM News Dawn was produced by Lebedum Asawaram. I am Charles Opporunting. Thanks for listening and good morning.
92.7 KUFM.
Hello. Are you ready to give us some praise? Ladies and gentlemen, John Boy.
Shimo Idima, you alone are God. For the things you've done for me, Chinekimo. The lily of the valley, Okwananiki Buchi, and you never change, oh God. Kaibuliegelu, 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 Kaibuliegelu.
Gets his recovery fully. Then McLaren boss Andreas Sedes says Formula One faces difficult decision on restart. And in boxing, Deontay Wilder says he doesn't see Tyson Fury as the champion. That he fought on that night like a zombie. We'll tell you what a zombie looks like as the show progresses this morning. Good morning and welcome to Sports Fiesta Live on 92.7 KUFM down here in Benin City. I am the sports maestro, Egusa Ebukan, and I've got Nofi Francis, the sports Berlusconi, and Salihu Ibrahim, the Ibra Kadabra of sports. Guys, sit back, relax, and let's take you around the world of sports for the next 56 minutes or thereabout. Guys, welcome, and let's begin from home. Well, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, they have made a U-turn concerning the 2021 African Cup of Nations that was supposed to hold in January. But right now, it has been shifted to June and July. And according to the Secretary General of CAF, Adem Monem Ba, he revealed in an interview that the decision to move it to January 2021 was always a temporary one. And he said the vision of CAF is clear, that is AFCON should take place in the summer because of the weather conditions with the heavy rains in June and July.
Well, it's a good decision because it would have placed the African players and the football clubs in Europe in serious problem. Right now, they are yet to conclude the league, and when they start, there are some qualifiers that still needed to be played, and then the African players will be traveling here and there, back in Africa, back in Europe, and then they leave their club midway into the season and come play in the African Cup of Nations that is even more than the games we used to play. We now have 24 things, hence we're going to have 7 games each for teams that will get to the finals. So it definitely was going to be a difficult one, but probably they've thought about it not to put so much pressure on the football clubs and the players who will be participating in the African Cup of Nations. Hence, they bringing it back to June, July. But my question is, would the weather be conducive? Because after we all came back from Egypt, after they brought it to the summer, June, July, the reason why they took it back to January, February was because of the kind of the nature of weather they experienced in Cameroon. now they're telling us that it will be favorable to us when we go to Cameroon next year for the African Cup of Nations. They have to answer all these questions and be sure that they are on point for them to have a fantastic competition.
Well, I think CAF should just come out plainly and tell us that they decided to shift it to June and July because of the coronavirus pandemic and not because they suddenly realized that it will be better to hold it in June and July. We had this argument before, and they insisted that for Cameroon to host it and host it successfully, they have to look at the weather, that at that time, anytime that's not going to be January and February. We know they've already moved it from January in the past, but they said Cameroon, requested for this because of the weather in the country at that time. I think they have realized now that insisting on holding it in January, February 2021, it's highly improbable. I don't think it's going to happen because we're in April now. You've not even finished the qualifiers.
Yeah.
The qualifiers have barely started. They've played I think just 2 matches in the qualifying games. Some groups have only played even one, but some have played 2. So it's very unlikely that you complete the qualifiers before that time, and then you do not even know when the leagues will end. Right now in England, we don't know when they are going to start. In Germany, maybe Germany looks like the most likely to start anytime soon because many of the clubs have already started training. So maybe they will return to club action very soon. We do not know yet. As at this moment, nothing is certain. So you could be having the all your players that you will want being involved in competition at that time. So even if we somehow complete the qualifiers, but the leagues are still very much on, everybody is trying to complete the last season. Maybe you have like 3 or 4 matches to go. No club will release their player at that time. So it will be that you want to turn the African Cup of Nations into another CHAN. And it's only going to be for players that are based there. Because no player abroad then will be releasing their players if football has returned at that time. So they should just be clear and tell us it is because of the coronavirus that they are now changing that decision again. Because they could have insisted from the beginning that it is in June and July, but they allowed Cameroon to say they will play it in January and February because of the weather. But I think now the reality has dawned on them that you cannot have the Africa Cup of Nations in January, February 2021 because of what is going on right now, and that's why they have decided to move it. Well, they should just stick to it and let it be. Because we are so dependent on these foreign countries, especially those in Europe, we have to try and align our football calendar to them, because the truth is we need them more than they need us. Yeah. If you give African players the choice, and if you tell them, for instance, or if there is a law that's accepted by all the European clubs, by UEFA and then by FIFA, that the clubs have absolute authority, they can decide that a player will not go for the African Cup of Nations. Look, I tell you, most of the African players will prefer doing away with the African Cup of Nations. Yes, they will say, well, we have the World Cup to play, we'll play the World Cup, we'll still represent our countries. They will prefer to not play the African Cup of Nations than for them to miss action with their club, or for them not to have the opportunity of playing for European clubs, because that is where the big money is, that is where the best facilities are, that's where the best technique and tactics of the game are. So the fact that we are still so dependent on Europe and they can dictate to us, you have got to swallow your humble pie and listen to what they are saying. So if they say, try and align your calendar to ours, so that by the time you are having the African Cup of Nations, the season has ended. They will be doing other things. But maybe you try and align it to when they are having the Euros. They've even told us at one point that we should try and make it every 4 years, so that it's not, once it is every 2 years, and you have a player that signed for a club for 5 or 6 years. It means in that period, he will be leaving them 3 times to go play in the African Cup of Nations. And maybe that's when they need him most, and they will not be happy. And many clubs who usually sign African players, there are some clubs do not I don't know, but if you've watched them, even the English Premier League, you will see that some clubs have a penchant for signing African players. Others maybe one or two. They don't really bother much about going for African players. And some of them, the problem is the Africa Cup of Nations. They consider that, and they will calculate for how long they are going to be losing the player to the Africa Cup of Nations. So, because we are so dependent on Europe, it is wise for us to align our calendar with theirs so that our players will not be leaving their clubs to come play at the Africa Cup of Nations when they need their services the most. But honestly, I believe that it is because of the coronavirus situation. That's why CAF is shifting, you know, the post once man, saying that they will now play the Africa Cup of Nations in June and July.
All right, it's still Cameroon that will be hosting the African Cup of Nations, if you must know. And now let's leave for Scotland. Well, the Scottish Championship, the League 1 and League 2 seasons, they've ended after Dundee vote for Scottish Professional Football League resolution. And that is what is happening right now. And they have said that they are going to declare them champions, and also
not them. There are two clubs. There is Dundee United, and there is Dundee.
Yeah,
the club that held back its vote earlier was Dundee, not Dundee United.
Yeah, Dundee United
have
declared champions. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dundee United and Red Rovers, as well as Cove Rangers, have been declared champions after Dundee vote for the resolution. And clubs like Partick Thistle that will be relegated from the championship, and Strara will also be demoted from the League 1. That is what they've come out with, and they've said that from their detailed discussions with clubs, many were facing an enormous cash flow crisis, and they have moved as quickly as possible to try to resolve the unprecedented situation so that they can make cash payments before the season will end, you know, totally. And I think this is what others have been calling for. Even England, they're now looking at ways of restarting their league to see if they can complete it. If not, I'm sure by the end of June, if nothing is done, I'm sure most of the leagues will come to a conclusion.
Well, Dundee had almost the entire England. They held the entire Scotland to a ransom because they refused to vote on the SPFL resolution to just conclude the league and declare champions. And even in the Premiership, the Scottish Premiership, which is the elite in Scotland, Rangers, they have been threatening fire and brimstone since the SPFL came up. All through last week, they were saying that it is unethical, it's not nice, it's not the right thing to do, the league must be concluded. That's what Rangers were saying all through, even when they knew that they are not talking about the Premiership yet, but they're talking about the League 1, League 2, and the Championship. But they knew that once they agree to do that in the lower divisions, then you could have the same in the Premiership. And that is what is likely to happen now. They have set up a committee to see how they can put this proposal to the Scottish Premiership. Well, I don't think many people will argue because Celtic are there. They are likely to win the league anyway. So maybe it's not going to cause so much furore. But right now, from what Dundee have done, having voted yes to the resolution after they voted no on Friday. Yeah, that's last Friday. But now they have decided to vote yes. So it means now that the league, the championship, ended the way it is at the moment. So Dundee United, who are top of the league, they have been crowned champions, which means they'll be gaining promotion to the Scottish Championship Scottish Premiership next season. Unfortunately, some of the clubs like Partick Thistle, who maybe still had a chance of escaping relegation, they have now been relegated because of the resolution that the championship decided to follow. So it's really sad for them, but I think they will just have to accept it. After 27 matches, some of them played 28. Maybe this is what caused some issues. For instance, you look at the table, Dundee United have now been declared champions. They played 28 matches and they had 59 points. Second was Inverness. They played 27 matches. They have 45 points. Then Dundee are third. They've played 27 matches. They have 41 points. Then you have AVR United on 40 points. Then Dunfermline on 37 points. So Patrick Thistle, they have just 26 points from the 27 matches that they have played. So they have now been relegated to the League One. So it's not nice when things like this happen. But they said the alternative was to have some clubs go into administration. You know, so that is the situation. So they just had to try to avoid that. Look, there is nothing you will do that is going to please everybody. People will always have one complaint or the other. So long as you do not conclude the league, it's going to cause a problem. So I think the best thing to do is to just find an amicable resolution and hope that the coronavirus gives us time where the world is able to deal with the virus so that things can go back to normal, so that you have the league completed right there on the pitch. Everybody can see it, and not by boardroom decisions. Because even in England, that everybody knows Liverpool will win the Premier League. If you end it today, you are going to create problems. People are going to say all sorts of things, and you could even have the potential of, well, hang on, maybe if we had concluded the league, perhaps Liverpool will not have won. Because mathematically they've not won, and nothing is to say anything cannot happen, because we've seen it happen several times in football, although we've never seen a 25 points lead being blown. I think the biggest we've seen was 12 points, one team leading with 12 points before the team that was second fought back and they were able to overtake them. But this, the way Liverpool have played this season, I think they absolutely deserve to win the league. But if they do not win it on the pitch, if they do not go on to win those remaining 2 matches that they will need to absolutely be uncatchable, you know, so it's not going to be fine with everybody. People are going to complain. So Scotland have done it. I don't know, the Scottish League is not one of the top 5 leagues in Europe where you could say, okay, maybe England will take a cue, but remember, they are in the same United Kingdom. They are very close to England. So perhaps the Premier League will also look at it. If the situation stretches, if we are unable to find a resolution to what is happening right now in terms of handling the coronavirus crisis, because you cannot just leave the league in abeyance forever. You've got to, there will be a point where you say, this is the point of no return, we have got to take action, and right now we either declare the league null and void, or we declare the league concluded, and these people have been declared champions, this ones have been relegated, this one have been promoted, and all of that.
And so everyone wants to agree to it.
Yeah, right now, what they're even thinking, they've established in Scotland, they've established a committee that will look at the possibility of expanding the Scottish Championship, Scottish Premiership for next season. Okay, right now you have 12 clubs there, so I don't know what they would do, you know, just to see that they try and satisfy everybody. But so long as you do not end the league as they have done in Scotland now, it's always going to create problems. So right now they have 12 teams. They are thinking of making it 14 teams for next season in the Premiership, yes.
All right, let's see what happens with the Scottish Premiership. Let's go on our first break on the show. When we come back, we'll continue.
I'm tired of the poor power situation. Every time I stock the fridge, I come back to spoiled food.
My dear, I am tired too.
I think it's about time we go solar.
Go solar?
With Vertical Solar, we can go solar for as low as 36,000 naira monthly by paying in installments of up to 12 months.
Really?
Vertical Solar range of products can power household devices such as televisions, fridges, air conditioners, microwave, water pumps, electric iron, washing machine, and lots more. With extensive pay in installments plans up to 12 months with 10 years warranty.
Wow, what are the benefits of solar energy?
We are talking uninterrupted power supply, no monthly electricity bill, zero noise and smoke emission, and reduced generator maintenance cost.
Where is Vertical Solar located?
Number 28, Country Home Motel Road off Ajib Junction, Sapele Road, Benin City. You can call them on 0816-170-1105 or 0703-623-4843. You can also send them an email on info@verticalsolar.com.ng.
Vertical Solar, your lifetime power partners.
wey sweet and porridge wey make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggi Nigeria pot for that delicious bottom pot. Nigeria pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggi Nigeria pot, delicious bottom pot.
New Maggi Nigeria pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
My people, make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don't say make everybody sit down for house. Coronavirus now, bad disease wey don't kill many people. But no cause for alarm. Just do wetin government talk. Always wash your hands with soap. Cover your mouth and nose if you want cough and sneeze. Don't near anybody. Remember, say all markets and shop remain closed except medicine stores and shop for essential things. Government don't open food market for primary schools for every corner. You fit waka go there, but government say anybody wey wan comot for house must wear face mask. Remember, say if you see as your cough and sneeze be, or say your body dey hot, or you no fit breathe well, go see doctor or call this toll-free number 0800-123-5111 or 0800-220-0110. On our way just come from abroad. Show yourself to government now, make them help you. My people, shine your eyes and sit down for house. Coronavirus no fit come meet you for your house. May Edo State government bring on this message. Welcome back, and in case you're just tuning in, it's this Sports Fiesta reaching you live on 92.7 KUFM down here in Benin City. Before we went on the break, we told you what is happening in Africa as they have moved the African Cup of Nations to June, July next year. And in the Scottish Championship, the League 1 and League 2, 3 clubs have been promoted while some have been relegated. Dundee United, Red Rovers and Cove Rangers have been declared winners, while Patitisto and Strada have been demoted to the lower leagues. Okay, that is what is coming up now. Now, moving from Scotland to England, Premier League clubs, they are to meet on Friday, which is tomorrow, with June 30 season end being pushed by increasing number, where clubs consigned out of contract and loan players can walk away if season is not finished by June 30th, and that is why they are looking at it. So in order for them to take off players, transfer those who are supposed to leave, those who are supposed to make their deals permanent, and those who are supposed to get, clubs who are supposed to get players to, fortify their teams and all that. So I think what they are looking at right now is if they don't finish by the end of June, I think that will be difficult for them to make transfers.
Well, I seriously don't understand why they are in a hurry. FIFA has told them that there's enough room for them to try and finish the league and conduct businesses before the 2020-2021 season will kickstart. But England, you know how pragmatic they are. They want to see how they end the season. The truth is, the coronavirus in the UK right now, it's not slowing down. It's increasing by the day, just as we have it here in Nigeria. And to say you want to start or end the season by June 30, it means that you have to start things, football games, at least by mid-May. And truth be told, the players are in training the way they are supposed to be training. They are in match fit. For you to bring the players back to the pitch to have a competitive game and ensure you finish well, you need at least 3 weeks rigorous training for them to be match fit to play competitively. I don't know if they are they will be able to do that by May, where they give them 3 weeks to get the players fit enough to play, then play back to back and back in the month of June to ensure that they end the season on the 30th, which to me it's going to be a difficult one. So they should be careful. UEFA is here to cancelled the UEFA Champions League and the UEFA Europa League, respectively. They still hope to finish the league. So what happens when you end your league and you're waiting for UEFA to end the Champions League, or which is most likely to happen with the situation things are ground, especially in Italy and Spain right now, including France as of this moment. So I hope they are not pushing to end the season, not to favor some certain people, except they are avoiding the season. And if they do that, what happens to the championship? Teams like Leeds United, as much as people are talking about Liverpool have not won the league, the Premier League in over 30 years now. The Leeds United have been down over close to 20 years, and this is that year that they are climbing. What will you tell a club that have invested and brought one of the best coaches in the world to help them gain a promotion? So a lot of things we have to be looked into, because whatever affects the Premier League, whether positive or negative, at first as well, the championship. That's why when they decided to end some non-league and the National League and all that stuff, they did not even make attempt to talk about the championship and the League One as well. So they need to be very smart about what they want to do. They need to be sure that the atmosphere is right. Yes, you can televise these things, and they want to get their monies from the TV rights and all that. If not all of them, but they want to get at least majority of the money from their TV rights and all that. I understand the financial predicament that if a contract is supposed to end by June and it extends, it means that person is still contracted to you and you're still going to be paying that person. We don't understand all this, but they have to think about the safety first. Is it safe out there? We've heard of different scientists coming up, especially in the United States, that at least for a few hours the coronavirus is airborne and all that. Is the atmosphere safe enough for them to get back to the pitch and play football? Because these people will have to also return back to their families, and if this thing is not properly contained and you go down to the pitch and play football, you go back home to your family, you infect your family, then the spread of the coronavirus will continue again. They have to come out with a lot of answers. If they are sure that they can go like the Germans are doing right now in the German Bundesliga, then they can go to the pitch and play.
All right, let's see what will come out from the meeting tomorrow, and financial issues will be discussed. But if FIFA have the money to help them, fund or take care of the transfers, maybe they will have a rethink about that. Okay, we told you before that Jimmy Greaves, former England striker, was admitted into the hospital, but right now he has left the hospital because his case, getting better, and he was treated for an unspecified illness. In case you are thinking it's because of the coronavirus, I think it is not. It's unspecified.
He has been in and out of the hospital, but this particular one was a little bit severe, and hence they quickly took him to the hospital. He is not a spring chicken anymore, and thank God that he's okay, and they decided to discharge him to continue his recovery right there at home. There's nothing as good as that when you have your families and friends around you. They give you that inner strength to fight any kind of ailment that is affecting you right now. I think for Tottenham, it's fantastic. There's nothing as beautiful as a current player looking up in there and seeing your legend. You can see how Sabo Charlton is celebrated at Manchester United, and so many Chelsea legends have been down to Stamford Bridge. You go to Barcelona, you go to Real Madrid. A good example is their coach, Zinedine Zidane. When players see you that did so much for the football club, be around the football club, it kind of inspired the younger one to also do more for the football club. So for Tottenham, that's some kind of fantastic message for them. Amidst all these controversies of following salary, not following salaries anymore, and all the criticisms that the football club have received recently, this comes in as one good news that people can share and applaud.
All right, now to Old Trafford. Manchester United midfielder Bruno Fernandes. He says new signings for the Red Devils need to be winners. And when you look at the way he joined them, and since he joined, he has hit the ground running, and he was even voted the player of the month of February because of what he has been able to do. And now United, they have been linked with a number of big money transfers, including an England duo, Harry Kane and Jadon Sancho, while Red Bull Leipzig centre-back Dayot Upamecano has recently emerged as a possible target. So he's telling the club right now, get guys who are hungry for titles.
Yeah, you've got to understand that Manchester United is a supermassive club, and they can only be going for players that will bring back those glorious days, like when they won the treble in 1999. It's almost comical that since 2013, when Sir Alex Ferguson left, they have not won the Premier League. For a club that, they are the only club that have won the English Premier League 3 times consecutively. No other club has done it, not Chelsea, not Manchester City. They have tried to retain the title, but they have not won it 3 times consecutively. But Manchester United did that. So you understand how great the club is. And when they now find themselves playing in the Europa League, you know, not being able sometimes to even qualify for the Champions League. If the season ends today, Manchester United will not be playing the championship in the Champions League because they are fit on the table at the moment. They are used to being at the top and looking down at the other clubs. So when you start bringing in players like Bruno Fernandes, you know that you need more of them. At one point when they bought Wamata from Chelsea, the then manager David Moyes said they need 5 more Wamatas to return to winning ways. As in, he was talking about the kind of marquee signing that Wamata was at that time. You need 5 like that. And honestly, I would say they need like 5 more Bruno Fernandes to go on to achieve a great stuff. Because you look at Liverpool, you look at the quality of players they have, you look at Manchester City, you look at the quality of players that they have. Then you even look at the other clubs, Chelsea, that are using largely academy players, but you see the quality that they possess. Imagine if Chelsea are able to buy 5 or 6 quality players. Hakim Ziyech will be joining them in the new season, so they are going to get stronger. Tottenham Hotspur, if they also bring in more players with all the problems that they are having right now, they are going to get stronger. So Manchester United cannot be left out if they hope to return to those glory days when there was even a song, Glory, Man United. It tells you that they just have to go out and get quality players. So I agree with him that they have got to bring in quality players to strengthen the team and return back to how good they were in the past.
Okay, let's go on another break. When we return from this break, we are going to be looking at boxing. Then we'll look at other stories coming out from the transfer markets. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang has been linked to the Spanish giants Real Madrid and Barcelona. We'll talk about this when we return.
My people, make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don't say make everybody sit down for house. Coronavirus now bad disease wey don kill many people. But no cause for alarm. Just do wetin government talk. Always wash your hands with soap. Cover your mouth and nose if you want cough and sneeze. Don't near anybody. Remember, say all markets and shops remain closed except medicine stores and shop for essential things. Government don't open food market for primary schools for every corner. You fit waka go there, but government say anybody wey wan comot for house must wear face mask. Remember, say if you see as your cough and sneeze be, or say your body dey hot, or you no fit breathe well, go see doctor or call this toll-free number 0800 123 5111 or 0800 220 0110. On our way just come from abroad. Show yourself to government now, make them help you. My people, shine your eyes and sit down for house. Coronavirus no fit come meet you for your house. They just take government bring on this message.
When you want to cook for family and friends, don't be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggie Nigeria pot for that delicious bottom pot. Nigeria pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggie Nigeria pot, delicious bottom pot.
New Maggie Nigeria pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggie, cook the difference.
right, welcome back, and let's talk combat sports right now. Deontay Wilder, the former WBC champion, who was floored twice before he was knocked out in the 7th round by the reigning champion, Tyson Fury. He has said that he doesn't see Tyson Fury as a champion, that he doesn't know what happened to him on that night, that he was like a zombie. Zombie is someone who slows, who walks slowly and doesn't know what he's doing, and that is how he described himself. Though he's looking at the 3rd fight, which will come up later this year in October. But from what happened that night, I don't know why he's always coming out to say he doesn't know what happened to him on that night. First it was the costume, now he describes himself as a zombie.
A zombie is a walking dead. A zombie is an entity that has died, and somehow you are able to reanimate the thing, and it has no brain, you know, so it behaves in a particular kind of way. And I'm tempted to even play that laughter by Dillian White. And this is exactly what Dillian White was talking about when he said Deontay Wilder runs his mouth sometimes. He still refuses to acknowledge Tyson Fury as the champion. The guy beat him blue-black on that day. I expected, honestly, I thought Tyson Fury was going to win, but not like that. I thought maybe by decision, maybe a split decision or something. I did not expect, even if it was going to be a knockout, I didn't expect it to be in that fashion. From round 1 to round 6, he was beaten severely, mercilessly, and his corner kind of just pitted him in round 7, and they threw in the towel. He was even arguing with the referee, and the referee said, "No, be me, look, there's a towel in the ring." He went there to see his trainer, and the guy was telling him, "Your ear." Go and watch the video. He didn't even hear. He was like, "What did he say?" And he just bend your head, make I shout inside. And he had to tell him that your ear, there's blood coming out of your ear. Your eardrum is, as the wife said, his equilibrium was busted. So, after going through that kind of punishment, the best you can do is to say, "Well done, this guy was just the best guy of the day. I'm going to return. I shall return," as Muhammad Ali said, even after Larry Holmes beat him. He didn't say Larry Holmes isn't a good fighter. Larry Holmes, he did not even say, "Look, I had Parkinson, I had this, I had that." He just said, "I shall return." It was much later, years later, that we started hearing that Muhammad Ali was already suffering from the Parkinson syndrome as at the time that he fought Larry Holmes in 1980. So he should be gallant in defeat and just concede that on that day he met a superior boxer. He initially said it was the ring walk costume that he wore. Previously, he had been interviewed, and he said, "Look, when I train, I wear things that weigh about 50 pounds, and he trains with it without any problem." So if you know this, as they say, the internet doesn't forget. Anything you say, it's right there. Years later, people can Google it and bring it up and tell you about, this is what you said some years back. He said it in that even when he hears this, it's not a problem. That's how you prepare for your training. So for a costume that you wore for how many minutes from when you left your dressing room to the ring, you said it weighed you down, your legs were gone and everything. So look, he should just accept the L graciously, the way Anthony Joshua accepted it. He was the first to come out mocking Anthony Joshua when he lost to Andy Ruiz. He said all of this. He was even saying that Anthony Joshua wasn't charitable in defeat, that he pretended, that Anthony Joshua pretended like it was the referee that stopped the fight because he knew exactly what he was doing. And if you watch that fight, Anthony Joshua, after he spat his mouth guard in the ring, and Deontay Wilder reminded us of that. He said he did it deliberately. He threw out his mouth guard to buy time, and even when the referee came to meet him, he pretended like he didn't know what was happening, and when the referee stopped the fight, he knew that the referee was counting him out and the referee was going to stop the fight. But after that, he pretended like he was trying to just recompose himself, and it was the referee that stopped the fight. So he criticized Anthony Joshua and said all sorts of things, that he had always been, Anthony Joshua wasn't the champion. If he had met Anthony Joshua, he would absolutely destroy him. Now that he has been absolutely destroyed by Tyson Fury, instead of him to say, "Look, this guy beat me fair and square, I'm going to come back." Look, I will not be surprised if Deontay Wilder knocks out Tyson Fury in the rematch. I will not be surprised. It's possible. If he had landed at his right hand, flush clean on Tyson Fury, he will have gone down. That is the truth. Dillian White, even as he was mocking and Deontay Wilder, acknowledged it. He said, all Deontay Wilder has is that deadly right hand. If you are able to avoid that, you are good. But he shouldn't compare himself to Mike Tyson. He shouldn't compare himself to Muhammad Ali. He shouldn't be saying he's better than all of them. He shouldn't be saying he wants a body bag. He wants a body on his record and all of that, you know. So I think he should just keep quiet, concentrate on the rematch, train hard, and maybe give us a more decent fight. Perhaps like the one we saw in the first fight, which ended in a draw, which was a battle. Yeah. And after that, both of them came in the middle of the ring and said all sorts of things about Anthony Joshua, that he was a coward, he couldn't fight. So right now, the only person who can talk to Anthony Joshua, I think, is Tyson Fury. Dillian White should keep quiet. He was knocked out the way Anthony Joshua was knocked out.
All right, talking about
Deontay
Wilder, yeah. From Deontay Wilder now, we are moving on to Anthony Joshua. And for Anthony Joshua, he wants to unify the division, and he is asking Kubrat Pulev to step aside and Deontay Wilder to also step aside, so that the two British heavyweights can come together and unify the division. That is what Anthony Joshua is expecting. But from the promoters, are you sure they can make this happen? Or the challengers, would they be able to step aside to allow these two guys to fight?
I will just ask you quickly. If not you go great. You would accept now, Kubrat Pulev, this is a huge opportunity for him to become a champion. You think he will pass it up so that Anthony Joshua will go and fight Tyson Fury, and maybe after that you will hear they are going to have a rematch, and in the rematch there will be a clause for another fight. They will not, he will not accept it. He was supposed to fight Anthony Joshua a couple of years back, but he got injured, and that's why Anthony Joshua fought Carlos Takam. So right now, they will want to step in and have that fight. Look, I think we should, it's not going to be forever. We've waited. I predicted a long time ago that we are not going to have that fight even in 2020. That's Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua. So I'm not surprised. Sorry, Deontay Wilder then, who was the champion, and Anthony Joshua, because I know that we were going to have all of this back and forth. So right now that we have a different champion, he is going to fulfill the obligation to Deontay Wilder. So maybe by 2021, we'll now have that unification fight that we have all been waiting for.
Let's hope that the unification fight will come up between Joshua and Tyson Fury. But if any one of them loses, then it will be a different ballgame. All right, so Formula One, the president of McLaren, Andres Sindal, has said that Formula One faces difficult decision on restart, just like every other sport, because they are still looking at the weather conditions, the environment rather, and from the health authorities, if it will be better for them to come out this time and compete. And he said the most important thing is to protect our people, so definitely we can't go back until we know our people are safe. And then he also added that it will depend on the guidelines of our home countries. First of all, the travel guidelines for our daily life, and we need to see if that allows us to travel out and back again. So still waiting for the green light before they can go back to the tracks to do what they know how to do best. Okay, let's just look at some transfer speculations or transfer rumors, as you can call it. Then we'll look at the SMS. For Arsenal, they are saying they could cash on striker Alexander Lacazette at the end of the season, with Atletico Madrid keen to take the 28-year-old. However, they could also lose Gabon striker Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, who is wanted by Real Madrid. Then the 30-year-old is wanted by Zinedine Zidane as an alternative to Inter Milan forward Lautaro Martinez. You remember Martinez of Inter has been in fire for been linked to Madrid and also been linked to Barca. So he could join Messi because of the fact that they are both from Argentina. And if that happens, then Aubameyang could be on his way to the Bernabeu. Then we also look at other stories like that of Manchester City. The German international, talking about Leroy Sané, is age 24 and is moving closer to a £70 million move to Bayern Munich. That's what we are just getting right now. So some of the transfer rumors flying around. Let's look at the SMS to know how many we can take on the show this morning.
A couple of them here. My sports people, please, I want to know this. If this coronavirus is Division 2020. I don't really understand, Mr. John. I don't know what you said. Okay, sent it several times. Sports advocates, I just can't forget what Ronaldo did to Ghana goalkeeper at 2006 World Cup. Arsene Wenger from Ramat, okay, when he did the step overs and made the Ghanaian goalkeeper go about 3 different directions before. He has done that several times to many goalkeepers throughout his career. Ibrahim, thank you for your effort in enlightening people that would not want to hear about the danger from COVID-19. Very surprising to note that human beings are still turning deaf ears to this global pandemic in spite of... Okay, I think we even took this one. Well, we hope that they will listen. It's our job to keep telling it. Sometimes it's frustrating. I just want to say, well, if you do not believe it, I'm not evil, so I cannot be wishing you to get it. So maybe if you still think it's a scam, go to the isolation centers where they are keeping those people and go and hug one of them or go and meet somebody that has it so that you, because I don't understand, I don't know what else we have to say, and people keep saying all sorts of things. And goodness, I think the best thing NFF should do is to walk up to Bro, tell him his services is no longer needed. They should forget about these antics they are using to tell him to go. Or Mike from Oko Central. Okay, Brian, can you please tell me what is so special about England 1996 jersey? Austin from Uniben. Let me select them. Why they ask? They selected 20. What's so special about the Cameroon 2002 jersey? That's sleeveless. I didn't like it one day, but it made the list. So what Nami selected? Why they ask me? This was a good day to you guys. God bless you guys for this good work. In my own opinion, I go for this partial lockdown, not that of total lockdown, but make we still consider the hunger where people still are hungry. I beg, make them still leave the partial lockdown. Look, I don't remind me. I don't know if we have more time about this. It's really painful what people are going through, and honestly, even this morning somebody wrote me who said he is blind, and he got blind about 10 years ago. Otherwise, he calls us on the show, but he has never said anything about his disability. But he said that at this time he's finding it really, really difficult. So please, people out there, if you can help, please assist. We beg you, and do not feel, well, even me too, I have my own, everybody has his own problem. As I mentioned, my own mother too is a widow. So I need to take care of my mom. And there are people all around. And sometimes you yourself, you need help, but you know, you still realize that you are better off than others. So please, let us try and help, and do not get tired of helping. If you feel, and they're always asking me, think about what God has done for you. You do not have the need to ask. See, somebody like me personally as a person, I pray I never find myself in that position where I need to beg people to feed. Because hunger would just kill me. My pride will not allow me to even say anything. So I understand this. Yes, there are some people who do not want to say anything, but they are suffering, they are dying. So please, if you can assist, please. This guy is blind, and he said he's got 5 children. He has had to send some of them to the village because he cannot really take care of them. Ordinarily, he doesn't ask anybody for anything, but because of the lockdown and everything, he's unable to take care of himself. Please, we appeal. If you have anything, please let us try and help. The situation is not easy at all. Francis talking about eba and watery soup. Some didn't even see eba at all. Exactly what we are saying. Exactly what we are talking about. Everybody has his or her own stories and all. Let's give God the glory. Exactly what I'm saying. You think sometimes that your own bad, but when you hear other people's stories,
you say your own good.
Oh God. So please, if you have them, please just help. Okay. Those of you sending messages meant for other programs, you know we will not read them on the show. Please, we beg you. Go. When they are on their shows, they call out the numbers. Good morning, men of sports. Is it true that Xavi has been announced as Barcelona Team B coach? I've not heard that announcement, but I know he said he's ready to return to Barcelona. But I've not heard it. I cannot confirm that right now, but it's possible that it's true because I know he said he's ready to return to Barcelona. The problem with people is that they want every player to be like Messi. That's why they criticize people like Paul. They want every coach to be like Pep, so they condemn Jose attitude. My name is Destiny from Upper. Who is Souness anyway? We know Maradona, Pele, and other great legends. Souness isn't a football legend because if he is, the world will know him without thinking. Pogba played with a Lopa United team. Put him in a Madrid team and look at what he can do. Souness should relax. Insurance. Well, insurance, I'm sorry, but if you do not know Souness, it doesn't mean that the world does not know Souness. So you say you do not know Graham Souness. Even if you wake me up from sleep and say Graham Souness, I know who he is, and that millions of people around the world they know who Graham Souness is.
But I think the Souness is taking the fight to an extent where he's disrespecting himself.
Exactly.
When he ordered for that, put the medals on the table.
Yeah.
I just told myself, just one medal from Pogba's table have passed all the ones that you want.
Exactly what
2018 World Cup
yesterday on the show, but to say nobody knows Souness, that's not true. My sport people, please, I want to know. Okay, I think we've taken this one before. Good morning, sportsman. My name is Godwill Sam. I want to know between Mercy Akide and Azizat Oshola and Perpetua Okota, who's the best in the Super Falcons history in women's football. Please, Ibrahim. Here we go again. I don't know. We keep saying we don't want to do this, and people keep sending such messages. I'll tell you who the best is. All of them. The three of them are the best. Okay? So please, let's forget these things. Let us just appreciate the fact that these people, the guys and the ladies, they represented Nigeria and did well. All of them. If you can look at the statistics and the history of all of these three players, and you can argue that they are the best. Azizat Oshola is still playing. She's one of the African Women of the year twice. Fourth time. She won the fourth one now, and we are sure she's going to win more awards. With Perpetua Okota. Perpetua Okota also won it 4 times. Perpetua is the highest goal scorer when you talk. So if you are asking that, who is the highest goal scorer? Who has won the African Cup of Nations more? You know, we can give you that because it is empirical. It's something that we can back with fact. Perpetua Okota has 80 goals. So she's the highest goal scorer in Nigerian football history for both the men and the women. Because the men is Rashidi Ekine with 37. So if that's what you're asking for, who's the highest goal scorer? It is Perpetua Okota. But when you start asking about who is the best, it takes different things to be the best. Mercy Akide in her day was the most lethal striker in the whole of Africa. Also, she was part of the first World Cup. Perpetua Okota wasn't there. She was part of the first team that won the Africa Cup of Nations for us. I think she won it 98, 2000, 2002, 2004. I don't know whether she was part of the 2006 team that won it. So these women are great in their own right. If you talk of Florence Omagbemi, I would say she is the first superstar in the team as a 16-year-old, no, 14-year-old then. She was already captain of the team and was doing extremely well. So please, let's stop talking about who's the best. Let's just look at them and enjoy what they've done for us.
Okay, one more.
Because I like this one. Good day, men of sport. Please, has any Nigerian men of sports Okay, has any Nigerian player played for Barcelona? Wisdom from Pipeline. Yes, Emmanuel Amoneke did. Benga Okunowo did. Haruna Babangida also did, but mainly with the youth team.
All right, guys, this is much you can take on the show this morning. Before we go, let's take the final whistle.
The unified heavyweight champion of the world. He is the WBC champion. What it will prove, me and him fighting. There will be one dominant figure in the heavyweight division that will have all of the bets and become undisputed. Logically, to prove yourself as number one, I have to fight Tyson Fury. He has to fight Anthony Joshua. WBC, WBA, and the IBF, WBA, and the WBA champion Anthony Joshua talking of a fight between himself and Tyson Fury, and that's the final whistle on the show this morning.
All right, with that, we come to the end of the show. Thanks, many thanks to you guys for being part of the show, and to my staff partners for doing this with me. We'll see you at 4. But remember, you have to take responsibility. Stay healthy, stay at home, and save lives. Bye-bye.
Trying to get or receive information through all corners of the globe requires unprecedented internet service. At Wireless NG, we provide fast, reliable, and affordable unlimited broadband internet service to homes and businesses. Service is currently available across Lagos and Benin. Visit us today at Wireless NG, 5 Ramaya, Ikenede Street off PZ Saple Road, Benin City, or our marketing office, 70 Olowu Complex, Airport Road, Benin City, or call 080788.
The best of everything. KUFM 92.7. Turn on excitement. In city to the world.
This is 92.7 KUFM News.
It's 9 a.m. Good morning and welcome to KUFM's News Update on the hour. I am Godslov Orlando. 34 new cases of COVID-19 have been confirmed by the NCDC, taking Nigeria's total infections to 407. The NCDC confirmed this on Wednesday evening via a statement on Twitter. According to the agency, of the 34 cases, 18 were found in Lagos, 12 in Kano, and 2 in Katsina, while Delta, Niger recorded 1 each. A total of 128 persons have, however, been discharged, while 12 deaths have been recorded. Lagos State still tops the chart with 232 cases, followed by the FCT, which has 58 cases. Osun has 20, while Edo has 14. While Edo State figures now stands at 15. Oyo State has 11, Ogun 9, while Bauchi, Kaduna, and Akwa Ibom have 6 cases each. Katsina has 7, Kwara 5, Kano has 16. Ondo has 3, Delta 4, while Enugu, Ekiti, Rivers, and Niger have 2 each. Benue, Anambra all have the least infection figure of 1 case each. Meanwhile, the global infection rate is now about 2 million, with more than 120,000 deaths, while over 450,000 people have recovered so far from the disease. The Minister of Health, Osage Hanire, has advised Nigerians to wear face masks, including improvised ones, while at public places in order to protect themselves and others from contracting COVID-19. Hanire, while responding to questions at the daily Presidential Task Force PTF briefing, said the use of face masks is an additional way to protect oneself against the virus. He, however, appealed that the local mask must be properly washed every evening with warm water, dried, and further ironed to kill any virus that may have settled on the mask. The National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, say Nigerian security agents enforcing the coronavirus lockdown in Nigeria have killed more citizens in the last 2 weeks than the deadly virus. The NHRC in the report said while the disease has so far killed 12 persons in Nigeria, according to data from the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, security operatives have caused the death of 18 people. In the report signed by its Executive Secretary, Tony Ojukwu, and made public on Wednesday, the Commission assessed the incidents of violation of human rights over the last 2 weeks. Pensioners have appealed to President Muhammadu Buhari to include them in the palliative measures being distributed to vulnerable Nigerians by the federal government as a result of the lockdown to contain the spread of coronavirus. The pensioners noted that they should be the number one beneficiaries of government palliative because they are the most vulnerable group to the COVID-19 pandemic due to their old age. They made the appeal in a statement by the General Secretary, Nigerian Union of Pensioners NUP, Actor Zhao, on Wednesday in Abuja. And finally, on news update at 9, to Lagos State, where a medical doctor has died of COVID-19 at the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, LUTH. The practicing medical doctor died at the isolation ward after contracting the virus from a patient he had been managing in a private hospital. The deceased doctor, Chubo Emeka, becomes the first health worker in Nigeria to die from the novel coronavirus. And that's KUFM's news update at 9. Please stay with us for more interesting programs and news updates on every hour. Do not forget, you can listen to us anywhere in the world, either by visiting our website at www.kufm.net, or you can download our KU mobile app from the Google Play Store. Remember, we are also live on YouTube at KUFM Nigeria. I am God's Love, Orlando, saying thanks for listening and good morning. Dialogue is up next. Please stay tuned.
All the programs on KU 92.7 are now open for sponsorship
to avoid the transmission or the contact of that disease. So most times when people say I did quarantine, I'm like, okay, it's either you are suspecting
but it's self-quarantine actually.
When you're self-quarantining yourself, it means that maybe, okay, you have a travel history, like you said, maybe you have a travel history, or maybe you visited places that, oh, I'm not sure of this place. I don't want to infect my loved ones. I think I should self-quarantine myself. But it still boils down to the suspected case.
The line between self-isolation and self-quarantine is blurred. It's blurred actually.
But I think I would go for the word. Me, I'm doing self-isolation.
Interesting.
All right, the phone lines are open 0706-263-9275, 0903-939-4427, and 0812-178-9154. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning to you. What's your name and where are you calling from?
This is IK from Adadagudu.
All right, IK, welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, please, I don't know. I just want to let us know that my opinion, our government, I believe they are just propaganda. Sorry for using that word. Because, first and foremost, you just ask, I know that man is not in the government, the man you just interviewed. What are the modalities of sharing these things? How do you know the vulnerables among us? Now, come to my area, my brother and sister, and come and see who are the real vulnerables. If they be sharing these things, these people are not even be able to get anything from the government, except those people around the area that are helping these people. And yet, they are saying they are helping the vulnerable. Okay, on Tuesday, I watched the news on one of your sister's television. Where the local government chairman was molested by one of the Duke of the Oba of Benin. Now, she said, according to her, that they've already given him his own. But this person, is he a vulnerable person? No. He is supposed to be among those people, helping those. But now, he is not the one holding on to what the government have brought for the vulnerables.
I think Osase already made reference to that. He did mention that the chairman of the was almost assaulted.
Yes.
Now, this person is, even if he say it is now assaulted, I don't know the difference between almost assaulted and actually assaulted. But he mentioned, I remember Osase said he almost was assaulted in the home of an Inugi. He didn't mention the name of the person.
All right, quickly, we would want to correct this impression when some of you call and make reference to our sister stations. We don't have any sister station. KUFM is the only KUFM here in Benin. We don't have any other KUFM in Nigeria or in the world.
We're not affiliated to anybody.
We are not affiliated to anybody. So you could refer to other radio stations or stations. Okay, it's best said that way. Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Good morning. My name is Stephen Utomi. I'm calling from Benin, Akpala.
Go ahead, Utomi.
Okay. My contribution lies based on the sharing of this palliative to the vulnerable. I don't really like the way they are sharing it at all. Because in my area here, you know?
We are listening.
Okay, in my area as a IPM, they came actually. And thank God I was around that period. What they did was that they just carried one small rice. I don't think that rice is enough to 2 rubbers or so. And give to one woman. Then they give to another person. When we have multiple people in that area, after some time they say they are coming back the next time. When I ask what happened to the rest of us here, they say that our names are not in the list. So do we need to write names before we start getting these things? So all those things they are not properly done. So the state government should do something about it so that everybody will be happy.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. What? Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, the KUSF.
Yes.
This is Comrade Diana from Upper Sakomba, area.
Go ahead, Comrade.
Yeah, so the sharing, I think it's very, very faulty because over here in Nigeria, we are under tobacco local government. We have not even heard of anything or any round visit or distribution, something like that.
Who is your counselor? Who is your counselor, Comrade? Who is your counselor? Who is your SSA?
Yeah, do we know anyone of that? That's the question.
You should know. You should know.
You should know. That is the person you hold responsible.
You should know your local government counselor
or chairman. Either the counselor or the SSA from your ward.
Okay, I think we'll make effort to find out that from the local government.
You now hold them responsible. I say, oh God, where is our own? If you are a member of the most vulnerable, unless you want to be a good Samaritan, you want to assist other people. So
yeah, we want to assist.
Okay, fine. If you want to assist, you now go, listen, there is no crime. There is no crime. There is nothing wrong in holding your representative accountable. If, for instance, you say you are 3 house, fine. I don't know what ward that is, Ikubaka ward, whatever, I don't know. Now, you go and look for, we understand that almost every ward has an SA, right? And then there's a councillor too. Now, you go and meet both of them or one of them and say, we understand that Ikubaka has received relief materials from the state government. And we know it's with the local government chairman. How has it been distributed? How far? Have you brought our own to us? And then they'll answer you. You understand? You make that effort first before you now say, I'm not doing anything.
Okay, sir. So finally, sir, please. The issue of giving to MOG is also wrong as referred to in the local government. That woman was actually assaulted because her clothes was cut. So the issue of giving to MOG by the government, said they brought their own, is wrong, totally wrong. MOG should be supporting others. They are not vulnerable. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Morning.
Morning to you.
Yeah, this is Wolfberg calling from Upper Sapova.
All right, where are you calling from? 3 house?
Yeah, I'm close by there, close to 3 hours. We're in the same group with the guy that just called. Ward 8, that's Ward 8 in Ikoboka.
Who is your councillor?
The guy just talked to GRA.
Oh, the councillor does not even live in the ward?
No, after the election, he will talk to GRA.
Okay, during this period of...
That's why people don't even know him. People don't even know him.
What about
the thing was like in my area here, when the sharing formula, where the Ojowe and the elders, they just share the thing among themselves. Even they say they are among the poor of the poor. Even the thing doesn't go to the main people, they just share among themselves. I even sent text message yesterday where you say I should verify. We went there, we verified it's true. They shared the thing among them. That's normal thing in Benin. That's what they have been doing. Anything sent for the poor, the elders we share. To your tent, who you Israel.
We try to look. Okay, fine. Thank you. We try to make contact with government officials. Now, as of this morning, we tried to speak with the Commissioner for Health. He said they are in a meeting. You know, all of them. We tried to speak with the PUOV director, Osaze Muktari. He says he's sick. He's at the hospital, but I will try to do this tomorrow. We've also tried to reach out to 1 or 2 local government chairmen without success. you know, it's very important we hear, because all these accusations, they are pointing fingers at the local government chairman and the people who are the state government have handed this thing over to. Interestingly, nobody's pointing fingers at the states, at the government, like the states, like the governor and
because it was given to the states and from the states down to the local government chairman. There is no denial whatsoever that the states did not give us this local government chairman. Now the issue is, did the local government chairman give out to the people who needs it, or did they, like stories from Oredo, did they divert some and give out to some based on what we call I know you? That's the issue. Well, we'll take a short break. We'll have a bill to pay. When we come back, we'll be wrapping up the program. Do stay with us.
My people, make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don't say make everybody sit down for house. Coronavirus now bad disease wey don't kill many people. But no cause for alarm. Just do wetin government talk. Always wash your hands with soap. Cover your mouth and nose if you want cough and sneeze. Don't near anybody. Remember, say all markets and shops remain closed except medicine stores and shop for essential things. Government don't open food market for primary schools for every corner. You fit waka go there, but government say anybody wey wan comot for house must wear face mask. Remember, say if you see as your cough and sneeze be, or say your body dey hot, or you no fit breathe well, go see doctor or call this toll-free number 0800-123-5111 or 0800-220-0110. On our way just come from abroad. Show yourself to government now, make them help you. My people, shine your eyes and sit down for house. Coronavirus no fit come meet you for your house. They just say government bring on this message.
At split seconds, there is a lot.
Welcome back. This is the tail end of the show. Quickly before we go, let's take some of your messages. And this one says, are the communities around KUFM and the bypass not worth to receive the relief material? Or is here GRA that has big men?
KUFM is not, there's no councillor here at KUFM. There's no SA here. We are a private media organization, okay? We're not government.
Even if everything will work as it concerns caution, physical distancing is not working, and I don't see it work. Go to the ATMs and tell me what you see.
I agree
you did what? Say again?
I agree with the poster.
Okay, he went on to say, I advise that I said this days ago, the media platform were awash with allegation of diversion of relief packages by Igwebe Council Chief, whereas it was only a mix-up that was resolved days after. Before tarnishing people's image, let's always patiently verify issues to avoid image damage. Okay, good morning, Charles, and God's love. Yesterday, I said in my area, the food items sent by government in Oka community was shared to elders and their group, not given to the poor of the poor. We send persons there to monitor the sharing, that we know what is going on. Oh Lord, save and help your people. Wilfred from Upper Sapomba. Politics, you went to say, will not cease to amaze me. What we are facing is dangerous already, yet they want to create problem for their future offsprings because of food diversion. God help us. Ogbemudia from Benin. And finally, even those that used to work can no longer work now. Don't you think they can be entitled to any form of support too? Ogbemudia from Benin.
Even the pensioners came out to say,
yeah, that's
we, the pensioners,
we should even be the number one.
We should be the number one because we are old. So you see that many people are. Well, it's not easy.
Some private firms actually said, some private firm workers, I beg your pardon, said, okay, we're definitely not receiving our salary because we did not work. So how are we going to cope? And a lot of people came at them and like, don't you have savings? Have you not been saving up? You shouldn't compare yourself to people that don't have a job at all. Anyways, this is where we draw the curtain on today's edition of Dialogue. Tomorrow is going to be open mic where we recap all of the topics that we've talked about for the week. I am Godslove Orlando.
And I am Charles Opperum. Good morning.
To 407. The NCDC confirmed this on Wednesday evening via statements on Twitter. According to the agency, of the 34 cases, 18 were found in Lagos, 12 in Kanu, and 2 in Katsina, while Delta, Niger recorded 1 each. A total of 128 persons have however been discharged with, while 12 deaths have been recorded. Lagos State still tops the chart with 232 cases, followed by the FCT, which has 58 cases. Osun has 20, while Edo State figure now stands at 15. Oyo State has 11, Ogun 9, while Bauchi, Kaduna, and Akwa Ibom have 6 cases each. Katsina has 7, Kwara 5, and Kanu has 16. Ondo has 3, Delta 4, while Enugu, Ekiti, Rivers, and Niger have 2 each. Benue, Anambra all have the least infection figures of 1 case each. Meanwhile, the global infection rate is now about 2 million, with more than 120,000 deaths, while over 450,000 people have recovered so far from the disease. The Minister of Health, Osage Hanire, has advised Nigerians to wear a face mask, including improvised ones, while at public places in order to protect themselves and others from contracting COVID-19. Hanire, while responding to questions at the Daily Presidential Task Force (PTF) briefing, said the use of face masks is an additional way to protect oneself against the virus. He, however, appealed that the local face mask must be properly washed every evening with warm water, dried, and further ironed to kill any virus that may have settled on the mask. And elsewhere, the National Human Rights Commission (NHRC) say Nigerian security agents enforcing the coronavirus lockdown in Nigeria have killed more citizens in the last 2 weeks than the deadly virus. The NHRC in a report said while the disease has so far killed 12 persons in Nigeria, according to data from Nigeria Center for Disease Control (NCDC), security operatives have caused the death of 18 people. In the report signed by its Executive Secretary, Tony Ojukwu, and made public on Wednesday, the Commission assessed the incidence of violation of human rights over the last 2 weeks. Pensioners have appealed to President Muhammadu Buhari to include them in the palliative measures being distributed to vulnerable Nigerians by the federal government as a result of the lockdown to contain the spread of coronavirus. The pensioners noted that they should be the #1 beneficiaries of government palliative because they are the most vulnerable group to the COVID-19 pandemic due to their old age. They made the appeal in a statement by the General Secretary, Nigerian Union of Pensioners (NUP), Actor Zhao, on Wednesday in Abuja. And finally, a news update at 10 to Lagos State, where a medical doctor has died of COVID-19 at the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Lutz. The practicing medical doctor died at the isolation ward after contracting the virus from a patient he had been managing in a private hospital. The deceased doctor, Chubo Emeka, becomes the first health worker in Nigeria to die from the novel coronavirus. And that's KUFM's news update at 10. Please stay with us for more interesting programs and news updates on every hour. Do not forget you can listen to us anywhere in the world, either by visiting our website at www.kufm.net, or you can download our KU mobile app from the Google Play Store. Remember, we're also live on YouTube at KUFM Nigeria. I am God's Love, Orlando, saying thanks for listening and good morning.
Since last year, whereby when you buy 10 plots of land, you get one free.
Okay, so where is this estate located?
Yeah, the estate is located at Obage, where the Chinese company is situated, off Sattler Road bypass.
Okay, so what are the benefits of this estate?
Yeah, the benefit of this estate is where you get to live in a serene and peaceful environment with perimeter fencing, transformer, electricity, market space, recreation center, playground, and good access road.
And how can we get in touch with you? Someone listening right now may be interested in this property.
Yeah, you can visit our office at number 483 off Adesuwa Road, GRO. You can call us with this number on 070-530-48692 or 081-5721-467. Let me take the number again, please. Okay. 070-530-48692 or 081-5721-467. 4674.
Okay, let's talk money now. How is your payments plan?
Yeah, the payment plan is flexible, whereby we accept instrumental payments. You can pay instrumentally, you can pay the sum of 100,000 naira, then you can start building.
How long am I supposed to pay? Or is it until I finish paying as long as I want?
And yes, the maximum rate we do accept the payment is 3 months. 3 months plans, then you get able to complete the payment.
That's the maximum plan. Yeah, 3 months plan. What's the minimum?
Yeah, the minimum just 2 months.
2 months. It's just 1 month difference.
Yes.
All right. So, what are your last word for your potential customers?
Yeah, we urge you to patronize the Prince Builders because we are into this business for some time now, and you can just relax because you can just participate on this huge opportunity that we have been going on for some time now. So that's just it.
All right, thank you so much, Equigwe Precious, all the way from the Prince Builders Construction Company Limited. Thank you so much. We are heading straight back to the music. Do also stick around. The K Breakfast Show is still ongoing.
Do you desire to acquire land to build a house? Then come to the Prince Builders and Construction Limited, a registered real estate company specializing in building of lands and homes in Nigeria. We manage, develop, and sell real estate. Duplexes, bungalows, and blocks of flats are also available for sale. At the Prince Builders Estate on Sapler Road and Airport Road, Benin City, you can buy a plot of land for only 500,000 naira. You will also get a free plot of land if you buy 10 plots. There are also estates in other cities like Warri and Port Harcourt. Our payment plan is flexible as you can pay in installments. Hurry now and secure your homes in estates with regular power supply, security, other social amenities, a serene atmosphere, and free of community issues. The Prince Builders is at number 4888 Road, GRA, Benin City. Please call us on 070-530-486.
Tyson Fury, insisting the newly crowned WBC heavyweight champion must fight him to truly claim he is the best heavyweight in the world. The long-awaited Battle of Britain moved the giant step closer to coming to friction in February when Fury emphatically ended Deontay Wilder's 5-year reign at the top of the WBC's heavyweight rankings. All that remained for the most lucrative fight in the history of the British boxing to take place later this year was for the Joshua and Fury to win their respective bouts against Kubra Pulev and Wilder. Despite being tentatively scheduled to face Pulev at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in the summer, Joshua admits a bout with Fury makes the most sense at the moment in time. Earlier this month, it was reported that Team Fury are eager to get out of the obligation to face Wilder again in order to pursue a unification fight against Anthony Joshua. Meanwhile, former WBC champion Deontay Wilder has admitted that something was wrong causing his defeat to Tyson Fury, but said no one should be surprised by his desire to fight again. Fury floored Wilder twice and stopped him in the 7th round to become WBC heavyweight champion, 14 months after they initially fought a draw. The American, previously undefeated in 43, faded as one of boxing's all-time hardest punchers, intends to pursue his right to a third fight with Fury. Wilder is recovering from a bicep surgery and caused in the Fury fight, the second time he has had to surgically repair that muscle, and hopes to return to full training by the end of May, although they are expected to fight again in October. And finally, in sport, American teenager Coco Gauff has admitted she questioned whether to pursue a career in tennis after she struggled to manage expectations during her rapid rise in the sport. Gauff emerged to worldwide prominence during her run to the 4th round at Wimbledon last year as a 15-year-old qualifier in her Grand Slam debut. She has since continued her progress on the professional circuit, reaching the last 16 at the Australian Open before she broke into the world's top 50 for the first time in February, and the first 15-year-old to do so in 15 years prior to her 16th birthday last month. Gauff said she felt friendless at the time due to her dark mindset and considered taking a year off just to focus on life. She is viewed as a long-term successor to 23-time Grand Slam singles champion Serena Williams at the top of U.S. women's tennis, but the world number 52 says she is getting used to people viewing her as a role model. And that's it from sports. I'm Sanofi Francis. Back to you, Homoye.
And that's the news, but before we go, a quick recap of the headlines. Nigeria's health minister recommends use of improvised face masks. UNDP ships 50 ventilators, personal protective equipment to Nigeria for COVID-19. NHRC says security agents killed more Nigerians in 2 weeks than coronavirus. Do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. Coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors. Stay safe. KFM's news break was produced by Jennifer Oyana. I am Omoyo Ogbede saying thanks for listening. Good morning. Unrest amid COVID-19 pandemic. 668 infected with COVID-19 on French aircraft carrier. Details of these and more after this break. I am Omoye Ogbede. The United Nations-backed government in Libya has imposed a 24-hour curfew for 10 days to prevent the spread of coronavirus. According to a statement from the government based in the capital Tripoli, the curfew will start on Friday. The country has 48 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and has reported 1 death. The statement further states that all vegetable and meat markets will be closed during the curfew, but bakeries and some shops will remain open. Tanzania's health ministry has announced the country's biggest rise in coronavirus cases so far as it confirmed 29 new cases. Of the number, 26 cases were detected in the commercial hub Dar es Salaam, 2 in the northwestern town of Mwanza, and 1 in Kilimanjaro area north of the country. On Wednesday, the health ministry in the semi-autonomous islands of Zanzibar announced 6 new cases, also the biggest rise in the archipelago since the outbreak of the virus. The cumulative number of confirmed cases in Tanzania now stands at 88. Unlike many of its East African neighbors, the country has not restricted movement but has imposed measures limiting some public gatherings. Parliament Speaker Joe Ndugai said European-style measures of fighting coronavirus, such as lockdown, risk harming people in Tanzania. And the International Monetary Fund on Wednesday warned that the economic stress caused by the global coronavirus pandemic could spark an outbreak of protest, urging governments to take steps to prevent unrest. IMF cautioned that some countries remain vulnerable to new protests, particularly if policy actions to mitigate the COVID-19 crisis are perceived as insufficient or as unfairly favoring large corporates rather than people. The authors urged governments to take steps to reduce the likelihood of triggering unrest, including clear communication with advance notice and the rationale behind any policy, a strategy for overcoming opposition, and steps to lessen the burden in advance of policies such as fuel price increases. IMF officials have stressed the need for a massive response to deal with a health crisis as well as the economic impact. And the World Health Organization Director General Tedros Ghebreyesus says the organization is purely focused on saving lives and halting the coronavirus pandemic. The WHO chief made a statement on Wednesday after United States President Donald Trump announced he was freezing funding for the organization. President Trump on Tuesday said he was freezing the funding pending a review into the United Nations Health Agency's role in severely mismanaging and covering up the spread of the coronavirus. Trump's move has drawn criticism from the United Nations, Russia, China, the European Union, the African Union, and Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, who is another major WHO contributor through his foundation. And United States of America President Donald Trump vowed to unveil plans on Thursday to reopen the world's top economy following cautious moves in Europe, claiming the United States has passed the peak of the coronavirus crisis despite a record daily death toll. Since emerging in China late last year, the pandemic has turned the world upside down, forcing half of humanity indoors and catapulting global economy towards the second Great Depression. President Trump promised swift guidelines on reopening parts of the country, suggesting less affected states could ease restrictions before May 1st. Leaders around the world are wrestling with the dilemma of how to return to normal and kickstart their shattered economies without risking a devastating second wave of infections.
And a 99-year-old World War II veteran Amado Pivetta in Brazil was released from hospital with military honors on Tuesday after recovering from the coronavirus. Second Lieutenant Pivetta, who served in the Brazilian artillery in Africa during the Second World War, was brought out of Brasilia's Armed Forces Hospital to trumpet music and applause. The army says he served in the Brazilian 4th Artillery Regiment. Soon after the country entered the war on the sides of the Allies, he returned home with his regiment to defend Brazil from the Axis invasion, and that never was. According to Johns Hopkins University tally, Pivetta's nation is the hardest hit country in Latin America by the coronavirus pandemic, with 1,532 deaths so far. And France Navy says a third out of nearly 2,000 of the sailors on France aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle are infected with coronavirus. The ship returned to the French port of Toulon early from Atlantic exercises. The aircraft carrier is now in quarantine. 20 sailors are in hospital, one of them in intensive care. The figure for those infected is likely to rise as 30% of the test results are not yet in. The Navy is investigating how so many sailors caught the virus. Meanwhile, France's COVID-19 death toll is recorded at 17,167. French health authorities on Wednesday said 6,454 COVID-19 patients were in intensive care in France, which is 273 fewer than the numbers recorded on Tuesday. Meanwhile, the number of confirmed coronavirus disease infections around the world has crossed 2,094,917, with more than 135,569 deaths recorded, with about 520,955 recoveries. The United States of America has overtaken Spain and Italy in Europe with the number of confirmed cases and highest casualty figure per day. In the United States, the death toll has exceeded 26,064 and the number of confirmed cases surpassed 614,246. And that's KUFM's news around the world, but before we go, a quick recap of the headlines. Libya to impose 10-day curfew. IMF cautions renewed social unrest amid COVID-19 pandemic. 668 infected with COVID-19 on French aircraft carrier. Do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. Coronavirus is real. Wash your hands with soap and running water. Stay indoor and stay safe. KUFM's news around the world was produced by Good News Onwukanjo. You can listen to us online at www.kufm.net or download KUFM app on your Google Play Store. I am Omoya Agbaide saying thanks for listening. Good afternoon.
KUFM.
All the programs on KU 92.7 are now open for sponsorship and advert placements. For sponsorship and advert.
Thursday edition of Radio Turi. This is now KU 92.7 and the program Radio Turi. Thursday edition. The voice for the year, the voice of international merit. The senior special advisor to the governor on illegal marriage and private enjoyment. And tell you say life now sense. I'll get for the house Rosa Agbekan Imawe Sabi. Good afternoon.
My brother Kalimerita, I salute you for outside. Greet all of you on this beautiful afternoon. Yes, on our side, our things they go for our side. Despite say the situation this time is critical, but when I know say yes, as we vote is okay, there was always light at the end of the tunnel. So we could just fight within the ground because now enemy we will not see. But then if all of us come together, we'll fight and we will clear. So all of you there as is we say that they fat and they complain about and all that. When I take a miss, when I just stay so that they at the forefront, they'll feel fighting. But at the end of the day, everybody will come out inside this pandemic because they make everything dull like this because every day everywhere be like weekends or environmental sanitation, how to describe it, but I believe at the end of the day everything will come out beautiful. So we cannot touch that button because we get a whole lot to take on through this beautiful afternoon. Now still here, brother from another mother, Egosa, I we cannot touch that button. I agree to now.
Yes, well, if you not plan Monday, where Tuesday no go good. Like just the matter be that. Yes, some time ago we talk for inside this station where we talk about this coronavirus. So some persons calling to say, big men not they been, everybody, all of them they hide. Nothing. Now we can see one man can say, okay, in support, they bring 400,000, say in support, make people take and show love to 42 people, 10,000 each, and so many persons happy. They say, okay, we really want some if more people they come like that. Because you can't just be like say big man or being so many persons. No, they say people say before they follow this program that they listen to us. So as I talk to you now, one big politician will be say those states don't produce, will be say inside and don't affect Nigeria at large inside the golden chamber. We'll get them for the house. Pastor Osagi Izeyamo. Good afternoon, sir.
My people are great to know. Thank you, my brother, when I invite me.
Yes, any person will come this program, you must speak Pidgin English. Even if you be Oyibo, you must speak Pidgin English. So, Ogagos follow us speak Pidgin English today. So, sir, for some time now, we see say coronavirus. Now, want to be say it shake the world. Now, and as I talk to you now, wish you said they are away, it don't enter Nigeria. So many things don't happen inside this period now, and the thing now don't shake the entire country now. So many things they play. Now, I quickly ask you this question first. As a pastor, as a man of God, because we don't see some man of God like this get the day on the school of thought that this coronavirus, now end time, now mark of the beast, now this, now that, why some day of a different school of thought. So as a pastor, we'll start with that. Which to be your take on this coronavirus?
Well, the way we look at serious matter. Nobody will fit up whether this one may say the world will end. But I believe say disease, and by the grace of God, I also believe say if we do it in the talk, we go fit cure them, we go fit overcome them. But now serious matter, and a matter where we need to take very seriously. Again, if you read your Bible, you will know say God too warn many times say this kind of things will happen if we behave anyhow. So you're not supposed to too surprise or say this one will happen. Bible talk many times say this kind of thing go fit happen. Call a plague. Say it go happen if I behave anyhow I won't like. So this one now major plague, and our prayer be say after this one we go learn many things and we go do things well.
But now inside this matter now, because so many places now, this period now, a partial lockdown will get some persons stay house now, while some see they go work. So now as the people they stay house now, we can't get more domestic violence. Which you go news, you see all these things and domestic, even they rape people. So we won't get your advice on stuff like that.
Well, say this thing Oyibo land that the thing start. And when they come happen for here, we also they look how they thing handle them for that side. For example, when they happen for China, of course they close everywhere to make everybody go stay for house. And so they also do for America. So when they also come here, people they look and say the best thing is say make everybody actually stay for house. But problem day. If you look Lagos now, they don't try well, but you see say it don't cause problem for many places because people don't get food for house. Who don't get food for house, you know just stay for house. They come they fighting wife, go they fighting children. Children go they abuse papa, wife go they abuse husband. So it will create your own problem. And before you know them, they'll go they fight their neighbor. They look for shop where they go break enter. So the TV cause plenty problem. Where this lockdown good, now when government no say they go fit provide for the people, especially those who don't get food eat, because coronavirus bad, but hunger virus it worse past coronavirus. When man not see what he go eat, if he won't kill another person, make he look for food. So it's a very dangerous matter. And this partial lockdown where would they look so, it don't affect many things. Many people now, even if they want to go out, no work again. Those people there for entertainment industry, where they want work, where musicians want play now. People where they sell food, for function or for obituary or marriage. Nobody go even come higher than this time. People even they defend on all those occasions. When this occasion day on Saturday, Friday, they go see food carry go out. They don't see anything. So you people go even fit go out now. But even if they go out, now not gonna bring any food come. So problem they well. And that is why we believe say this kind of time, government too must look for way where they take help people who are there for house. Because as you talk, it will increase problem, especially when food not there. Now money problem, hunger problem, that they cause a lot of wahala for house. So we must look for a way to help people who in their house, but probably we not get into where they go eat in this period.
All right, we did live on YouTube. If you follow us live on YouTube, just look KUFM to see us live for YouTube. Then if you want to follow Pastor Sagi Izayamo, go Pastor Sagi Izayamo page, if you will see everything live with the happen for inside the Golden Chamber. Now, so you talk one thing about say, this time we need government support. Now you see, truth be told, for the way Nigeria system today, we know we feel leave everything for government and because as they talk to you, now not be every house, we there for cook rice, not be there for fried dodo. Now governments now not going to do everything. You as one of the privileged will be say you get something for this Edo state and we would always hear of. What you don't do for your community to support say okay, as this coronavirus the plague the world Edo state now you for come. What you don't do on your own part to say okay, you help to fight the coronavirus and the hunger virus.
Thank you.
Because that one's strong.
You see, my brother, me, the moment I hear about this, I know it's a serious problem. Now you see me. And the first thing some of us do when we hear that, we say, maybe we tell our people, say, this matter, not be joke, this matter, a matter where it will affect everybody, so we will take it seriously. So we can't talk to people. Then later, we can't we write down for flyer, for paper, we will send to many places how people will read down. And we put picture, how you go take wash your hand, how you go make sure, say, when you want to shake person, you not go hold the hand again. We put all those things there. Make sure they stay for house. But when we also see, say, that one alone not go reach, everybody tell us, say, they need to buy sanitizer, or they wash their hand. And of course, how many poor men go buy sanitizer? Okay. If not that one be the solution, we go buy. We can't buy thousands. When I say we, I mean my friends, not the government, we can't buy plenty. We can't send that around the whole state. But the people who they give out to tell us, thank you, but I beg, hunger won't finish us. You know, government say, make many of us stay for house, and we obey government. Where will they work? Some don't close. Some states they don't even get work before, say. Where they want to work, so now no work for them, so they're their house. They don't get food. Now food they need, and we also, okay, we will try our best. My wife and her friends, they can't put money together. They say their own. People when they don't say suffer pass, when they neglect, now they want face physically challenged, orphanage, they can't do that one. Around the trees editorial. Then my friends go so okay, our wives don't try, make we also do our own. That was okay. Make we see if we go feel reach 4,000 families across the state. Now we can go buy beans, we buy rice, we buy gari, we buy tin tomatoes, we buy onions, we buy salt, buy indomie. We can't rebag them, but to make the bag and food where people will see, they will appreciate. Now we can send around the 192 ward for the state. But we also tell ourselves, say, even though we say we don't try, many people there where you know go get this thing. So we can't use two telephone line. We can't now say we get two telephone line. Once you call that line, you talk, say, look, I beg, I'm hungry, I know they work, I need food, me and my family. We go look for where you did, we can't give you. And really, people can't they call those two lines. Many people call. In fact, someone they call, when they tell me, say they call for night. Now I say, but night, they're not go open. But if you call for daytime, they go open. So by the time we don't get plenty number, we can't go one Sunday, we can't go they give them. And really, many of them, hunger won't finish them. But by the time we finish, now we realize, say, we're not going to go around all their houses. Now we can't say, okay, what we go do now, they say, we will come create 2, 3, 4 houses where they're going to share this food. Maybe we'll come tell them, say, maybe they come those houses. But when one comes call them, because we don't want to call them, maybe they can't rush the place. The government will come say, una don't spoil the law.
Don't bring social distancing.
Not too many. Una don't go bring too many people. If people call a rally, I will say no. Instead, we go to call them, past 20, may they call this kind of particular place at this particular time. May they come collect this food. Now one of my friends comes say, first when you don't get money, take it. how you want to come the place. You don't even get money we go take come. That was not true. So because of that one, we will tell them, say, when you come there, we will give you money. When you take come, we will carry you go back. We will give you taxi fare. So now we come do one. And to the glory of God, all the people can come. As they come, we will give them their taxi fare. We will give them their money. Come go around. Even when we don't finish that one, people see the call. Say, I beg go, we not quick no. I beg, we not quick no. The line, we say, we don't close that line, no, because we don't try. You know, and when they do this thing, we don't believe, say, we alone go fit handle the whole state. Those state people were there and around 3.5 million. When they talk about 4,000, we don't even pass 4,000. But luckily, we say we they do want to encourage others to do it. And we thank God, say, others begin to do it. Like you talk just now when you talk for radio, say, no big man for this place again. So people come also come to do it, and we happy well. And recently too now, government also don't do their own. But even what government do, what we do, we know say it not cover the whole place. So we see they beg people, say this kind of time, make we help each other. Who knows say him get, make it they share, who do not get. If he get within this coronavirus, will teach us at all. Now say make we love each other. If only you say make you eat what you get, you could just die alone. Make all of us they help each other. Make all of us they support each other. If we do that one, you will find out say things not go too bad. If you see places now like Lagos, Ogun State, with the year say trouble done the day, people will not see food. They attack other places. Luckily for Edo, because of what we do, people believe say hope day. So they are not breaking into people's houses. They are not fighting anybody. But we not go wait, make hunger, come create that one before we do it. So me, I don't try, and I see they try. And when government come talk recently, and I say, if person not wear mask, make it not come out. I would say, we need to go help people. You see the kind of mask maybe they wear, and I say, now local one. Before now, one way they bring for my bone now they wear. So, me too, I carry money, I go give tailors. I say, I beg, I do plenty. Not be only for me, because it is selfish for me to do one for myself. I say, I do many. So when I go out, I go to give out people will not get, make police not go arrest them. They say I don't get mobile court. I know I make it come be say, with this coronavirus, can't just the person don't go prison again. So we have been giving out our own this
locally made.
And we thank God sooner, he also give chance to our tailor to get more money this kind of period. And you know the thing, even this local one, them even like pass the Oibo one. You know, normally they say come from China. What are the weather going to fear? Say, this China will bring this thing. So after this coronavirus, not decide the thing. But this local one now, are they very comfortable with that? You know, so now with the weird now. And
make we still thank you when you still bring come for us here. Impact comment they come give us. If you did live on YouTube, you could see say bring come for us. Yes, and if you see it live on the Facebook page, you could see everything will happen for you. Make we go this break. When we come, we'll go ask you a few questions before we go we'll open line, but not towards the end before we'll take the test, because many persons get questions to ask you. So we will make use of the test platform. So you will get the line, and we'll call the line now, because we'll call and people will begin call. Just begin to send your message, your questions will be so you'll get what you want to ask as regards this coronavirus.
Trying to get or receive information through all corners of the globe requires unprecedented internet service. At Wireless NG, we provide fast, reliable, and affordable unlimited broadband internet service to homes and businesses. Service is currently available across Lagos and Benin. Visit us today at Wireless NG, 5 Ramaya, Ikenede Street off PZ Sapler Road, Benin City, or our marketing office, 70 Olowo Complex, Airport Road, Benin City, or call 0807-887-9960 or 0703-672-9147. Wireless NG, erasing internet boundaries.
As part of efforts to complement federal, state, and local government in combating coronavirus, brothers across Nigeria, BAN, wish to use this medium to advise the general public that COVID-19 is real. Please, 1. Avoid social gathering of more than 20 persons and maintain social distance. 2. Avoid unnecessary pleasantries through handshakes and hugging for the time being. 3. Wash your hands regularly and make use of hand sanitizers. symptoms. 4. Isolate yourself when sick and listen to local health authorities. 5. If you are having severe cough, throat and chest pain, fever, unusual high temperature, please call NCDC on 0809 700 0010. With common sense precautions, we can collectively bring an end to this COVID-19 pandemic. This message is proudly brought to you by Brothers Across Nigeria, BAM, Edo State Chapter.
I'm tired of the poor power situation. Every time I stock the fridge, I come back to spoiled food.
My dear, I am tired too.
I think it's about time we go solar.
Go solar?
With Vertical Solar, we can go solar for as low as 36,000 naira monthly by paying in installments of up to 12 months.
Really?
Vertical Solar range of products can power household devices such as televisions, fridges, air conditioners, microwave, water pumps, electric iron, washing machine, and lots more. With extensive pay in installments plans up to 12 months with 10 years warranty.
Wow! What are the benefits of solar energy?
We are talking uninterrupted power supply, no monthly electricity bill, zero noise and smoke emission, and reduced generator maintenance cost.
Where is Vertical Solar located?
Number 28, Country Home Hotel Road off Ajib Junction, Sapler Road, Benin City. You can call them on 0816-170-1105 or 0703-623-4843. You can also send them an email on info@verticalsolar.com.ng.
Vertical Solar, your lifetime power partners.
My people, make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don't say make everybody sit down for house. Coronavirus now, bad disease wey don kill many people. But no cause for alarm. Just do wetin government talk. Always wash your hands with soap. Cover your mouth and nose if you want cough and sneeze. Don't near anybody. Remember, say all markets and shops remain closed except medicine stores and shop for essential things. Government don open food market for primary schools for every corner. You fit waka go there, but government say anybody wey wan comot for house must wear face mask. Remember, say if you see as your cough and sneeze be, or say your body dey hot, or you no fit breathe well, go see doctor or call this toll-free number 0800-123-5111 or 0800-220-0110. On my way just come from abroad. Show yourself to government now, make them help you. My people, shine your eyes and sit down for house. Coronavirus no fit come meet you for your house. They don't state government bring on this message.
Apart from public holidays, when parents and their children or ward usually stay at home, this is probably the first time in a long while in Nigeria when most parents were forced to stay at home with their children. The partial lockdown by the state government began with civil servants from grade level 12 downward, while those in grade level 14 upwards are to attend to work. The state government also stopped those not operating essential businesses to stay at home, leaving only those selling foodstuffs, pharmaceuticals, and a few other essential items. This means a greater percentage of business owners and workers have been forced to stay indoors.
Monday. 2.7 KUFM.
Alright, thank you. It is still with us. We're not to talk that dialogue, talk from Ogunga excitement. Now, I'm ready to leave the program where they're listening to show and the voice for the end and the voice of international Kelmerit. I still get a go side book for the house, and then we'll get our guest, Pastor Sagize for the house, and we'll talk about this COVID-19 or the way coronavirus today. And we'll ask them some questions, and we'll wait for your questions. To so many persons don't send questions, come, we'll take them as time go allows. But some people quickly ask you this question. Now, we see say for some states, they don't get total lockdown. Now for those states, partial lockdown. Yesterday, we talked about what they do of our program, make we decide whether we could go with total lockdown or partial lockdown. So we like hear your take. Total lockdown or partial lockdown?
Well, my brother, when the thing starts, me, I'll be one of those we support make we do total lockdown, because at that time, we don't want to make the thing come our state. We don't hear say that people will come from abroad. And you know say we not get international airport for Edo State. So I want to say if we lock our state, it means say those people when they go come, at least they not go come our state immediately. And our people not go get anything. But we not do them that time. We can't leave them. Lagos do them and some other states do them. But you know say everything where you go to talk about, you also get the other side. Total lockdown is good for countries where they go fit provide for their people, where you not get anything. People will not they work. People will not feed themselves. But when you go to talk total lockdown and you not feed your people, you don't create another wahala. So for a place like Edona, it is clear say if we make we do total lockdown, government not go fit give food to our people. Even public individuals like myself, how many people now go feed? So it's clear we say we not go fit do total lockdown. Even if we go on do it before, I think say the time don't pass. Because even that Lagos now we go the fear say people won't come. Nobody go fit leave Lagos now come here. Abuja to get the national airport, nobody go fit live there. Rivers will get the national airport, nobody go fit live there. So people who is supposed to even bring and come from abroad, come into our state, they don't lock down their place. So our own now, not be even people where they come, now people where they with him. Waiting they go advise government now, they say, not be total lockdown again, and of course you're not there here before. But we need to check ourselves. And they come just now and pass in your market in your school. If you see the way people food there, it's terrible. And government they talk say make we maintain distance. The number of people in food at school, it pass people for there in your market. So God forbid one person get out for there. The whole people who go to that market don't get out. That is very dangerous. So if government want make we move around, yes, it's okay, but make them also look for a way to ensure say we not near each other like we did before. Even for markets, you go look for market where you get space. You look for a place where you get space where you go put market. And then the people say, I beg, make we maintain some distance. And then this mask where they talk, yes, it could make we wear mask, but we must make them available. Make government buy plenty. We don't also start to buy some, we could give our people. Because if we say we really do total lockdown, the while away go happen, be small. I don't say we not go feed our people. So it's better. Make our people see the fee come out. Make them look for how they go take get food for themselves. Or maybe instead they go put them for house, if you put them for prison, and you not give them food. Even those who in the prison, you know how people in the prison, you not give them food. The way where they go take around for prison, even one hour in the prison, they kill them because of food. So our people not in prison. If you want to make them stay for house, then when the food will get, what you want to give them. Apparently those who don't get food for house. So that is why we need to look at. It's better if we do this partial lockdown, but make we also they do testing. I don't see whether they do testing at all for the whole of Benin, for the whole of Edo South. So we go know those we get. If we know those we get them, then we'll carry them go put for the where they call the isolation center, so that they go quick heal themselves. But right now we never know who get them. We don't know who they carry them. So the thing just spread anyhow, and we don't know how we take control now.
But make a quickly comment now. We talk about say the testing, say we know you do testing, but you not sure say not be here to do the testing with the problem. And the people to submit themselves, so okay, I beg go, be like say, God body they do me, make una test me. You not sure say that one be the on that side we go for look am.
I don't think so, because you see, one person get within the doctor, they tell him, I say go kill him. Nobody go tell him before he rush.
But we get testing, we get centers, and if people go there, they collect us, send their samples.
Government they talk about isolation center. Where the testing center? It will not be Benin.
And the message with the letter, if you go any of the hospital, which is Stella Ambassador, specialists, and those specialists, the UBTH, they will collect samples sent to that place.
How many people they don't test? Now Lagos now, for example, they do community testing. They are now going from house to house. May they check people. Because
I believe so we'll soon reach that
as you talk, even if person they hide out for house, now risk to himself, now risk to a family, now risk to a neighbor. So government is supposed to they go around, they check. And this test, look, we know say, look, we need to tell people say this COVID-19 not be death sentence. It don't mean say once you just get them, you don't die. You get many people you don't get them, they recover. But if you get them, you treat them carelessly, no problem. Yesterday, and here but the whole doctor will die. Why he die? Person get them.
He just expose himself.
He go to treat the person for your own private hospital. Meanwhile, he dey asthmatic. until they can't catch the thing. And before they also carry and go this in the waste time, then they treat them personally until they can't die. That one I wait here, I'll call avoidable death.
Okay, sir, for the frontliners, the medical doctors, the nurses, and those who basically they face the patients, at some point, would they hear say doctors that they go on strike because of say they not they pay them on time or they not they give them their entitlements and all that. And this kind of period that would be say them now they leave their families for house, they try to save lives and they still they advise people with there say to make the job easier for them, make others stay house. What do you feel say they're supposed to do for these doctors now? We say they did the battlefield to make sure say this pandemic is reduced for those states.
Well, number one, we thank God for our doctors, nurses, and all the medical personnel. They're plenty. Government must encourage them. Government must give them the cloths, the protection what they need. Because as they see doctors when they face this thing abroad, if you see what that they wear, you know, when they go even they wear clothes, not be one, sometimes they wear up to yes, they wear up to 3. When they go put what they call glove, what they cover hand, they go put around 2. Then before they can't do their face, they can't put glass like goggle, they go put them. So that no way when they go take get infection. We heard the other day say for UBTH, some doctors get infected because they don't know say the people with they for ward, they get them. Now we hear one doctor.
They're exposed.
They're exposed to them. Now we hear now say one don't die because they treat. So these doctors, they take great risk. And if beg one beg government, they say, make una protect, because wanna protect these doctors. Give them the cloth what they need, the material what they need, so that when they go to attend to people, they're not going to fear. Doctor will not say he not get what he to wear. He go to avoid patient, you know, 1 year there. In fact, when my brother they talk, they also at the testing center there for Binia, they laugh. Because I know one person who is sick. He goes to a lot of passenger before they close up. The driver come up for them say they don't do testing there. Because they're not ready for the thing. You know, so my own is say these doctors, these medical personnel, and God go bless them. They take risk, they do a lot. But government too need to help them. Everything what they need this time, the government give them. And to talk true, if we need to even give them special allowance, they motivate them. But we do so. Because we they stay for house, we they sleep for house, even they complain, say we do sleep. Then they tell all these people, 7 for night, make una they work. Even though risk they make una come work. So you know say, them to get family, them to want live long. Make we help them so that they will feel they help us.
So as an individual and as a nation, which lesson this coronavirus don't teach you as an individual and the nation at large?
Well, it don't teach us many things. So, one thing we they clearly say we need to improve on our medical facilities, our hospital and the rest of them. Now God just help us say it be like say this thing, you know, they keep people here well the way they kill abroad. If the way they kill people abroad, now they happen here. What you for the see here? For
no, Pastor. See, I know make create one mindset for people, mind, because so many patients and they talk to you now, they believe say coronavirus not deep. One other class believe say now for big men.
Yes.
One other class believe say you know they keep black. So make we not put not put because you talk one word now say you know they keep people the way make we not avoid because expose themselves.
My brother, God bless you. I talk say even yesterday, doctor will die yesterday for here.
And Nigeria.
Not be Oyibo. Not be say he travel go abroad. Now Lagos they say he die. Now Nigeria. The only thing why they talk is when you hear the number, we don't die for America. Maybe not because it starts for that side before it starts for here. Or we hear the number when they die for all this Italy and all. The thing high compared to the number here. Now you're saying that God they help us. You know me say not they kill here, they kill. If we don't do well, they go kill. But the point where they make me say government, we need to get some of these facilities, make it not get out of hand. You know, for abroad now, for example, where they go say everybody stay for house, it not the cause problem because they know everybody house. They fit bring them food one by one. My person who is there for America tell me say government send down money this period. You know, say the period where you take their house, I beg, make you hold this number of dollars. I tell him, I say, because in Nigeria, I say, why they send you money? He said, because in the pay tax. So everybody when they pay tax, then they send them money this period. You know, say government appreciate you this period, we don't need your money, that you need money, make you hold, take buy things for this period. That one a system where they work. For here, we don't know where our house is there. We don't know rich man. We don't know poor man. We just did it. You know, good. Government supposed to know those way you not get work. Women we not get husband. Women we not go feed themselves. And make we cater for them. Because if you look, this is not what they talk. So when you say make people stay for house, say now rich man I go fit stay for house. You know get problem. But I about poor man. We not get food. I want to stay for house. So this one may say we need to care more for our people. Because when problem day, how we go take handle them? And if we don't handle them, now big problem that we don't create for ourselves. So some of the things where they talk for abroad, make we do. If you try and be abroad, we say, okay, everybody stay for house, fine. Because they feel provide for their people. But here, is everybody stay for house. You know where they stay. You know whether I don't eat. You go feel bring me food. So problem day. You know, hospital are not going to go there. Some people when they say they go to the condition center, they go there, they run. They say the place, it was past cemetery. The place not good at all. How you want people go stay for that place? So who run for that kind of place now? You go stay for house. It could infect more people. So we don't learn many lessons for this kind of thing. And
then what about you as an individual?
Well, my own be say, make we be our brother's keeper. You know this one don't make one realize say this life it ain't cheap well. If anybody tell us say this kind of thing will happen, even countries where they look say that they big, everybody will go hide, will not believe them. This one don't make us know now say human being we just say we know everything, we don't know anything at all. We dey very small. And this one too make it bring everybody, make them near God well. You know, and I want to mention one matter. You know, this period let's make churches close, but I want to beg, make churches open. Because we need prayer this kind of time. Not be this kind of time you say make you close church. And church, now place where they give hope. People when they fight for outside, if they feel go church, their pastor talk to them, pray for them. They not go say me they go bogo place, hope go there. Now church too now we normally use say they give things. I beg, take yam, take rice. But now everybody there house, nobody feel help.
But so for that church matter, now you don't have the view say they open up, but you're not sure say if they open church compared to some big churches we will get. Say the risk they are large. People can pray from house. God not the inside church per se. So inside church now they stay more they for example. And thank God now for online people see the use. And not they get say make the not look any better. They won't emphasize and say people. The tendency say if it spread.
But maybe not more than 20 for inside church. Now what they give? No more than 20. At least 20 can pray for the nation.
If not the school where we go classroom for the read. As long when we small that time, make somebody give me a book, so make I read from my room. I go just close the book, begin to sleep. But when teacher they look me, I go read. In the same way, say make I pray for house, only me there. I will just pray for 2 minutes, then sleep go come, I go begin to sleep. See TV program, African Magic I go watch. But for in the church, pastor they preach, they pray, they watch you. So the truth be say, when you dey church, it's different from when you dey house. And as you talk, I know they say they go crowd the place. If you dey talk crowd, I say I go one school. If you see the crowd for there, you go wrong. Not the crowd not full there. You know, whether you like them or not, mosque, church, na essential service. You know why? The hope way they give. Somebody tell me say, why Nigeria get hope so much? I say because of God. When they go mosque Friday, they go church on Sunday, they get hope say tomorrow go better. Now I make you know they see them riot, you want to kill everybody. Because they believe say hope go there. If you believe say hope not there, you go kill anybody because you want food. So church, they give hope. Our own church now, for example, before we close, we call people who not get food, can't take. Who never eat, can't take. Right now we close, we don't know who not get food. So church, when you open, even people know they your church, once they come, I bet we need something, pastor, help us, you have to help. Or you go talk, they say, when you go church or go mosque, I beg, follow social distancing. If we can do it in the market, if we feed one for road, why we not go feed one for church? But if you say church close, you're actually saying no more prayer. At a time when we not fit do anything, people they talk and they hear even government they say this disease no cure. when they tell you say no cure, it means say now only God will help you. You know, our people they get the thing, and you are saying no cure. And you say make I go die. So it's only God you go say, God, I beg help me. So this is the time when all these churches, mosques and all open up, but you go tell them say, I beg. When you open up, know your space, no allow people. Maybe too much for the place. But
you're not sure say to control that thing go hard. And again, you talk about one channel now. You say now the channel to share food and through church. Some churches they get what they call home sale, or they share food. That aside, and they use that platform to share food. Some churches get their member address, they get database where they use. Now, one advice that I want from you. Now, government don't promise, which they don't start. They don't see some, so they will share palliative. Food, money, and everything they won't share. Now, which method you go advise the government? When I say government, I mean Nigeria and not Edo State to share anything they won't share, so that it will go round to those people who really need them.
You see, you know why they say why is it hard for Nigeria? Why you go fish share food for house? You don't know my people in your house. You don't say for my house now, for example, will be 10. So when you bring out food, you arrange templates, you will share food. Nigeria, as we do so, governments don't know where our citizens they. They not get record. So if you say, okay, make we handle Redo, they go they confused. Where they want to take the food go? How they want to take share up? So what you they see, we say diversion. Food where is supposed to give community, one man go carry on. Tomorrow that food go enter market, they go they sell them. That's what they see.
So what be the way for? What
you see
best way to share them?
We need for now, because for the time being, go say oh record, that one go take time. Now what you go learn from this make we get record. But for the time being, we need to look for credible people to do them. Traditional rulers, churches, mosque, head of communities. You go look for other people. Not be just council. Who be council? Politicians. You know, no way they will do so. At least say government go say this one not be politics. So whether you there for APCO, you there PDPO, you there Afghan, make we form one team so that everybody go to watch each other. We will bring civil society, make they join.
The NGOs.
NGO
because abroad, when I asked my friend, it's not be government they share things there.
Thank you.
Government get neutral, they'll give out to NGOs.
If we had used NGO, all the civil society, we will get better results. Because if you give out to a political party, they go talk, say, this one will be supporters, we go punish them, we don't give out food. You don't know, say, now danger in they create. Because when hunger come, the consequence is very bad. So, now those kind of people, they're supposed to do. I'm not saying the government not they involved. For example, the one we do now, we use many NGOs. We use many civil society people. And then they send us the picture back. Places where we not expect, they go there, go give people food, they go bring us picture. You go see old woman, you go see man where they wheelchair. All kinds of people who will not feel rich, then they reach them. So this one we in the talk show now, even they don't tell not be government or not be some days ago. I don't hear story. Oh, they carry and go there, they carry and go there. I even watch the first lady, the governor wife, they want to say, who carry this, who divert them, you know, go good to, now this one go happen, this one go happen. Watch the talk to because you don't say someone they go divert them. And it did very, very bad. But what I want to tell you is say, what thing that they do, it not be say we won't reach anywhere. They talk say they want target maybe 150,000 families. I go bet you say the thing we won't reach 20,000 because of the way people will divert them. But even if they are getting 150,000, you know the population of Edo around 3.5 million. This is why they do so. The poor areas are very big on there. You they give big man, make you go share food. Some of these big men, they even know where to go. They go even go there. They don't go. They don't go. They will give out to the person who carry the thing, go put for your own house. Because they believe say this coronavirus, you don't know when it went. So make you stop to your place to like other people. Why you use this thing? You are telling me I go share bag of rice. Why not here in my house? Because they feed my family. So government will set up a committee that can follow this thing. And it doesn't have to be politicians.
Okay, sir, as a leader, when this thing
broke out, well, some of our leaders for National Assembly. They made order for latest cars 2020 model, about 400. And then at the same time, they can't beg for support from people with the outside, saying they help them for ventilators and all that. And to me, I feel say na embarrassing situation because you not feel the order for cars. We be say one at close to 10 million, 11 million for one car, and ventilator. If you still go price ventilator, maybe the same amount now it go be. We dey ask for ventilators for outside, and we dey ask for cars for our leaders for National Assembly. As a leader, what be your take on that kind of matter? Because if you get the interest of your people at heart, and not just send a cars with the order where people are hungry.
So before you react, make sure we don't get so many messages, so we will open the test to the line now. Because I beg us to call this number, make nobody call, now just to send message call. And if you call, you go disturb the messages, we not go feel read down. The number to send the message call now 080-7400-9076. Okay, sir.
Well, that matter where you talk, make we talk true. I think those cars where they say they order for, now before this matter happen, if now during this matter, fear for no allow them, even talk about it. In fact, by the time when this matter happen, they never visit again. So that issue of car, and before this matter too serious. When you go see the talk, say people go to talk about car right now, when this thing day. But the point where you also do make to say, make they provide money for some essentials. For example, agriculture, the essential thing. If we get plenty food, we're not going to worry about say people go die of hunger. We're going to say food plenty, the food cheap. Make they spend money on healthcare. If we get hospitals, we get testing centers. It's very easy to know who get this thing and to arrange on how they'll take her and go hospital. But many of these things not there. So I think we say our lawmakers to make them look this thing well. Can they look for how we go they do things we go really help our people. We need a lot of medical facilities. They talk about ventilator now. Now we can't realize the thing never in Nigeria at all. And what people need. When person get difficulty to breathe, then they use. I will not get them plenty. Nigeria is not a poor country. Make we not behave as if God not bless us. God help us well. But unfortunately, sometimes we confuse our priority. Where we're supposed to spend money on, we not go do them. And I think that's the cause of all these ones.
Right now, we won't get messages. We'll just ask you some of them, then you go respond. This one say, I beg, when they go come Upper Samoba for inside Nomayo area, we never see anything at all. Hunger day with the hungry, I beg. Jeffrey from Upper Samoba. But we could not call the line so that we will fit take many messages. Okay.
Did you wait for me to answer? Or
yes, answer that one. They just that they disturb the messages.
Now that thing at the talk, Upper from Benin a place where people plenty, well. And not be say government get industry for that side, but people plenty well. And every morning when you go there, you see people, they come out, they go look for work. But right now, work not there. And these people, they did them with their family, how they could take their food. When government one face say they want to give food to people, those areas are area where you go call priority area. Maybe we take them one by one. So when somebody go talk normal, you go say, normal, we are soon coming to your street, or we don't start your street, but we never reach your own house. When we do this thing, we try to go to many places as possible. I remember when I go one radio station, they call me well for Upper, IFU Street and so many other places. Even though that time I don't close the airplane, I had to go and reopen it again because of those people in that area. We can't go and give them for there. And many people for IFU Street for Pasakoba, we had to go and attend to them. So I just make government they take note of this kind of numbers, and me go also beg una where they for radio here, make una they encourage people where never get food eat. Maybe they call una sometimes so that make we they know them, and when we hear them for radio say this area things bad or this area things bad or even if we don't know the people because we don't hear their this thing, we go feel go there go see how we go take help. That is the only way we feel their brother's keeper, because if you wait, make government go around all these places, you get many places where government not go at all. So, make we they take note of those kind of places and then we'll see how we will take help them.
Okay, thank you very much. Some of the questions, messages we'll get for here, now people will just request for help. They let us know, say, most of them who they see here, bricklayers, painter, say for now, they not forget job, and they really need help. They need help. So some of them, their parents not the work, and they need help. They need make, you see how you fit take care, come to them. So now you don't do some, say you don't feel like, you don't make provision for like, about 4,000 people.
I don't pass that one.
You don't go pass now. You go going forward, you will still get from you.
Well, person know if you keep quiet now. As long as you're there alive, you must see how you could fit the help. The reason why we also rest more because the thing don't eat our money well. And when government comes to look also okay, make it not come be say, has government they reach here, when they go be like say when they compete with government. We do small to compete with government. So okay, make we see how far government go. If government fee handle and well, they handle everywhere. We thank God we go praise government. But if areas say where government nothing do, then we go gather strength again. If it means say we go sell some things where we get to get enough money to buy more food, we go do them. So I want to assure you that we go help, but we just want to see what the government they do, so how far it go. Then we go see what we go fit do.
Okay, thank you very much. Here's one thing when I want to make us quickly talk again. This is not the first time we say that they close churches or place of worship, even market. It often happened some years ago. We say we read say this one pandemic fair happen, Spanish flu. Then they say close all these things, and they cannot believe Nigeria therefore close church. So because what made me they talk, and when if you talk say they foresee me they open church so that people will figure go pray. I mean, make a quickly. Make we let our people know before they will come begin start to the talk, say they won't do one or two.
Mr. Make a comment on that, man. My brother, you know, say when this whole thing start, me na one of those where they say, make we lock everywhere. Because that time, I don't want to make this enter our state. I want to make government we close up so that everybody go avoid the thing. But the truth be say the thing don't enter. The other time they say 12, now they say 15. And what even they fear me pass be say one other states they say see the number they don't discharge, see the number they don't discharge. I never even heard what they discharge for Edo. So that one they even make me fear well. But I don't look up. If you say make we keep everybody for house, how we want to feed them? We don't talk, nobody else. We share food, even when we share food, everybody they abuse us. Say, na politics we play, because they shut up. Even if na politics, na good politics. We want food. So maybe they bring food, we go happy, na good politics, maybe they give us food. But we talk and say, we do and make they provoke other, make they verse, make they also begin to do the same thing. Government too now don't they do, but even from what you hear now, you go see say, what the government they do, you not go feel rich anywhere. Now, you get people who go feel help. I don't say make church open as if nothing they happen. I want that they make you know say the church they help and mosque that they help to give hope. And when something done too big for man, now God will they go. They say with God nothing shall be impossible. They don't tell us say this thing, it don't pass us, so we not get cured. What you want make we do? Make we just sit down for us, make we die? He said, make they pray for how many people pray for house. So what is wrong if people go to church? Or you going to tell the church beside a beg. When people want to come pray for church, make they not too many. When government first church say make we not pass 50, make we not pass 20. We go the day when I go church that day. People if you want to come after we don't reach 20, we say make they go, say it don't full. You can have 2 services, you can have 3, you can have 4. Because people need hope. And when people if you come like that, now they go feel say things hard though. I beg, bring donation. Some people if you not talk to them, they not go give. If they expect it just enough for house, say they want to go help somebody, no. But if pastor talk to them, say I beg, these people with the normal use trip or upper, they never eat. We need 2 bags of rice. People go bring them out. Yes, some churches get home sale where they help each other. But how many churches get home sale? How many people did those same home sale? My home is say, any way we fit to help people at this time, make we help them. anything we're going to do now, make we give hope. Make we give hope. Because if people not get hope, anything will happen. And we don't want a situation where we're going to hear say people they now fight with police because they look for food or they look for store to break into. That's because they give this advice. Not be say to stay for house is bad. To stay for house is good. My own be say if you don't get anything they do, I beg, stay for house. Schools now, for example, there's no need for them to open yet, make them stay, you know. But those where even they stay for house, government go provide for them. Those where need to hustle, they go hustle, make them feel bring food come out. Because we don't give everybody food.
All right, thank you very much. That's why would UCFC takes you support the partial lockdown. Just one thank you, Pastor Osageze Yamawete Kariwa. Welcome KFM 92.7. I will believe say when we say okay, make you come, you could still come again. I will thank you for having to answer questions. So many questions for here, we'll not go fit take them. But what we'll go do, we'll go forward the questions to Pastor Osageze Yamo so that he will take them up from there because majorly most of them now they need money, they need this.
Artisans mostly because this time
some of them like that. So what we will do be that because of time, because the sport crew will come let you know what they happen for the world. So thank you very much for the fixed man so you bring come. We really appreciate and thank you. And for the good work you don't do, make you continue to do more. And we pray say may God open your heaven so that make you feel put smile for people face. I will thank you very much. I will thank you. You will send message come. We appreciate you. My name is Kelly Merritt. It's not special advisor to the governor on legal marriage and private enjoyment. I don't go like this. Make una enjoy this one where they come from.
See if they can restore the trophy from Celtic. Ikechukwu Uche, a fantastic player for Super Eagles and for Villarreal. He has urged Samuel Chukwueze to stick with the Yellow Submarines because he has been getting offers from different clubs. We'll talk more on this. And for PDC Home Tour, talking about professional darts, Peter Wright and Jerwin Price, they are among the darts players to play from their own homes. They want to play the tournament, but from their own houses. Well, we'll hear more of them. We'll hear more of how they're going to do it as the show progresses. Francis, great to have you this evening. You're welcome to the show. Let's begin with that of former Super Eagles player and coach Sunday Olise, clarifying the statement that he will never abandon his country. Remember, he had an interview where it was reported that he would never coach Super Eagles again, probably because of the way things went while he was in charge of the Super Eagles and then he left the job. But he has clarified that statement and saying that he will never abandon his country. Whenever that is called upon, he will be there to do very well for his fatherland. But I sense that because of the environment that he finds himself and some of the things that is not beneficial to the home-based Super Eagles players was the reason why he had to throw in the towel.
I think some reporters were just too hasty in terms of posting. They didn't kind of understand what he was trying to say. He reiterated it, kind of listened to it as well. He said that he will definitely coach Nigeria, but he's not going to coach a country where they don't value their domestic coaches. He's not staying here, but he is part and parcel of this great country of ours, and he wants a situation where if I'm coaching the Super Eagles of Nigeria, I also get the same level of respect that the foreign coaches are also getting, like what we are having in the case of Jonathan, what he's enjoying, the free hands. He can actually do this, can actually do that, bring in players, and he's not kind of disturbed from doing what he needs to do. In fact, you know what I was at, so that people can understand. I like it when the person in question get to speak and ensure that they hear from the horse's man. Okay. Let's try if we can get this one out from where he posted it from on his wall on Twitter, where he actually debunked most of the statement going on our media. That he didn't say that. He said, according to him, that he will definitely coach Nigeria, but the situation will have to be right for him to really coach Nigeria, and not a situation where you don't have that free hand to really work as a coach. You don't get the enumeration as if you are a coach. You are not being owed salaries, and they don't treat you as someone that is important. Okay, let's see if we can
actually get this statement. We'll try to get it so that our listeners can hear from Sunday Olise himself, that those are the things he was actually talking about. So he actually came out to buttress the point properly and ensure that people don't go ahead and write the stuff about him that he did not say. He said, yes, I will coach, but the atmosphere will have to be right. And he's not the first person to have said this. We've heard so many of these kind of situations and statements from Nigerian coaches.
More than one occasion to help my country go far. So for that reason, I just wanted to be clear on this fact. The fact that I, at this moment, do not feel that I would like to coach Nigeria again is nothing to do with.
Yeah, Sunday Olise speaking there, trying to get that particular interview so that people can hear.
That is to do with the fact that the conditions that are there for Nigerian citizens who coach the Super Eagles are not the same that are given to foreigners, and for that reason, the Nigerian is doomed to fail if they take over. We love Nigeria. Please, at this, if you...
All right, I guess they've gotten the message. So that was what Sunday Olise, I'm playing this, but I guess we still remember Sunday Olise's voice. That is his voice. Stating that he did not say that he won't coach Nigeria, but for him to take up the coaching job of any of the national teams in Nigeria, obviously he's not going to come from the Super Eagles down to the under-20 anymore. But the atmosphere have to be right. The enumeration will have to be right, and it has to be paid as at when. Even if you are owing me, I acknowledge the fact that you are owing me, but we will pay you. Like we've heard of General Roy being who owed salaries, and the NFA will come out, yes, we are owing, but we've paid so and so money, we will pay him once we get this. When that kind of rapport is there, that friendship is there, then he can come back and coach the Super Eagles of Nigeria. He never said that he wasn't going to coach the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
All right, that was Sunday Olise debunking that rumors that he will never coach the Super Eagles. Remember that Scotcher, that scored against Spain at the France 98. That goal was a massive goal for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Well, we have the Bracadabra Sports, Salihu Ibrahim with us. Salihu, would you have to add to what Sunday Olise just said concerning local coaches not being given the special treatment, that the foreign coaches have been given, and that is the reason why he has said that until that is done, he will not take up a coaching job, not that he will not serve his fatherland.
Well, it's perhaps exactly the same thing that Finidi George said about coaching in the Nigerian Professional Football League. Finidi George has not coached any national team, so we don't know exactly what he would say if he had had the kind of experience that Sunday Olise had. But in spite of whatever problem there was with Sunday Olise and the national team in the past, remember that yesterday when we had the story, I said no matter what, he should not turn his back on Nigeria. I even quoted a line from the Fast and Furious franchise that you don't turn your back on family, and of course Nigeria is his family, so it should not be right. If he is in a position and then Nigeria needs his services, he should think of Shaibu Amadu. He should think of Stephen Keshi. Incidentally, these are two people that he's very familiar with. Stephen Keshi was his captain for many years in the national team, and at one point, Shaibu Amadu was his coach in the national team. And these two gentlemen of blessed memory, no matter what happened, no matter the ridicule that they went through, because it was their country, they always came back and coached Nigeria. So I'm happy that he has cleared the air. He has explained exactly what he meant, which is that things have got to be different, and really you've got to, we cannot keep doing things the same way. The atmosphere cannot be toxic and then you expect your own people to excel. And some people believe that once he's a foreigner we give him all the free hand and everything. No, it's not like that. The system is the problem. The system ordinarily doesn't discriminate when it comes to an expatriate, a white-skinned expatriate, and a black Nigerian indigenous coach. The only thing is that some of these foreign coaches, they study the Nigerian system and they know how to go about it. They know how to get there. I debunked that fallacy that the foreign coaches are never owed in Nigeria, because I have seen situations where some of them were owed in the past, and what they had to do to ensure that they did not have a problem. Western readily comes to mind, how he had to go directly to the presidency to get things done for the national team, you know. So even if you notice some kind of a situation, if those foreign coaches had not pressed the right buttons in our local parlance, they would have suffered like the Nigerian coaches did. So let us change that system. Let us make it very automatic, so that whoever is in charge, whoever is the coach of the national team, gets whatever you agree. Of course, we know that if different people are looking for jobs, I mean, you could say it is unfair, but that's how this life is. If you want to sign a player, for instance, you see that some players are worth this amount, some players are valued higher than others. They might be playing the same position, but because of what one has been able to achieve, he earns more. So it is the same thing. When you are employing a coach, you look at the pedigree. Unfortunately, these foreign coaches, they seem to have better pedigree. Their CVs is richer than that of their Nigerian coaches. Many Nigerian coaches, the only time they have coached anything will be here in Nigeria, or maybe one club side or the other. But some of these coaches who come, they bring CV of coaching other national team in the past. I think maybe Clemens Vesta of Nigeria was the first country he handled, but we saw how he was able to work, and then he did great stuff. So if our coaches can, and that's why we talk about developing themselves. Right now, Emmanuel Amunike is as good as many of the average European coaches that are out there. He has coached the national team. He had the national team qualify for the Africa Cup of Nations. Finidi George, from what we hear, is also having a very good pedigree. As at the time they appointed Sunday Ulisse, his CV was rich, and of course, right now, Sunday Ulisse can use a CV to even apply for a job in South Africa to coach the Bafana Bafana. If you've coached the Super Eagles, there is no country in Africa that's too big for you to handle. So that's the thing. So our own coaches should just try and improve on their CVs, and then we hope that they change the system so that whether the coach is foreign, whether the coach is indigenous, we have to give the person the right opportunity to excel. Sunday Ulisse was bitter because of some of the things that happened, and maybe he himself too, you cannot completely exonerate him. He had his own, but as I said, you do not just say you are never going to coach your country's national team, you are never going to provide any service for your fatherland. No matter what, we know that the system is messed up, we know that the system is broken, but there are still people within the system, even within government, who are trying their best to ensure that things work. It's not today. We've had this long a period of mismanagement in government. So it's not just, you cannot resolve everything one day. So we've got to be to understand this and do our best whenever we get the opportunity to serve. But when it comes to coaching the national team, our advice on the Ulisse, if he is in that position, please forget what happened in the past and serve. As I said, even when they were playing, they said all sorts of things about them. They called them tired legs. They said so many things about the national team at that point, but eventually they prevailed. They did not listen to all of this. If the mafia in quotes in the Super Eagles was that, perhaps Sunday Ulisse will not even have made it to the national team, because the things we had about the mafia, quote unquote, is that they were the ones who called the shots, led by some big people in the Super Eagles setup, and then if they did not want you to come into the team, you cannot come in and all that. I recall one time, Stephen Keshi and Chidinwanu had this altercation, but eventually everything was resolved as Stephen Keshi came, Chidinwanu came into the night. In fact, Stephen Keshi confronted him and said, look, I've heard all sorts of things. If you bought the sporting papers, then it was always Stephen Keshi Chidinwano. At one point, well, I think it was Mumuniala who was like, people started wondering, are the Algerians, it was in the build-up to Nigeria versus Algeria, are the Algerians coming to play Nigeria, or are they coming to play Chidinwano? Because everything in almost there was Chidinwano should be in the team, Stephen Keshe should not, and all that. But despite of everything, we prevailed. So I am happy that Sunday Olise has clarified his statement, and hopefully he gets to come back if we will need his services, because there are so many good Nigerian coaches that are out there.
All right, let's go on our first break on the show. When we return, we'll continue. Hang on.
My people, make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don't say make everybody sit down for house. Coronavirus now, bad disease wey don kill many people. But no cause for alarm. Just do wetin government talk. Always wash your hands with soap. Cover your mouth and nose if you want cough and sneeze. Don't near anybody. Remember, say all markets and shops remain closed except medicine stores and shop or essential things. Government don't open food market for primary schools for every corner. You fit waka go there, but government say anybody wey wan comot for house must wear face mask. Remember, say if you see as your cough and sneeze be, or say your body dey hot, or you no fit breathe well, go see doctor or call this toll-free number 0800 123 5111 or 0800 220 0110. On our way just come from abroad. Show yourself to government now, make them help you. My people, shine your eyes and sit down for house. Coronavirus no fit come meet you for your house. They don't state government bring on this message.
When you want to cook for family and friends, don't be money cause I'm home. Not about taking time or haste. Try Maggi Nigeria pot for that delicious bottom pot. Nigeria pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggi Nigeria pot, delicious bottom pot.
New Maggi Nigeria pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
Hello, entrepreneurs, business owners, and organizations. KUFM 92.7 has an impressive and constantly expanding number of followers online. You can now advertise your goods and services on KUFM's social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Take advantage of our online presence and reach out to our growing audience at very affordable rates. Call 0703 109 4612 or 0806 530 5657 or 0802 232 7191 or visit our marketing office, top floor, Enterprise Foundation Building, number 62, Ihama Road, GRA, Benin City. KUFM, your business growth partner.
Welcome back, and in case you're just joining us, it's Sports Fiesta live all night, 2.7 KUFM down here in Benin City with the trio, Ewusa Igbeka, the Sports Maestro, Sanofi Francis, the Sports Berlusconi, and Salihu Ibrahim, the Ibracadabra on sports. All right, we told you how Sunday Olise clarified the statement on Super Eagles' coaching job, right? Okay, all right, let's go to Scotland. We told you this morning that the Scottish Professional Football League, they've decided to crown Dundee United, the league leaders in the championship, as well as Cove Rangers and Red Rovers, the champions of their different tiers. But somebody is not happy with what is happening at the moment, and that is the manager of Rangers, not Rangers International. This is Scotland, Glasgow Rangers. I'm talking about Steven Gerrard. He described it as a mess. Quoting him now, he said, from afar, the SPFL looks an absolute mess. That is what he told Sky Sports when they interviewed him. He said, all I asked for is for the main leader of the SPFL to show some real leadership. I think what he has to do now, because there are so many accusations, doubts, and questions about this institution, is allow an independent investigation into the setup to prove everything wrong and make sure there is fairness and transparency. He is not happy with the decision they took after Dundee, voted for Dundee United, Red Rovers, and Kufm Nigeria to be declared champions, while Patiktisto has been relegated. And remember, Hearts could also be relegated because they are sitting at the bottom of the Scottish Premiership. So he is not happy with what is happening at the moment.
Well, he's got right to criticize the way things are going on in the Scottish League right now. UEFA, like I said in the morning, is giving them that room to try and see if they can complete the games. If England, where you say they are UK, the Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland themselves, they are thinking of looking for a way to play games behind closed doors. I understand the feeling here without the fans. You don't get to feel the atmosphere. It's as if you're on a training ground. Maybe those energy won't be there. Like we made example with the Yellow War in the Signal Iduna Park. When the chips are down, they have a way of energizing their squad to do something extraordinary. But when you don't have the fans there, when the chips are down, then you're just down. It takes the coach, technical staff, and your teammate on the bench to maybe try to ginger you up, so to speak, to get you up to where you want to get to. I understand where that they are all coming from, but you need to try to complete the league. Scotland right now, it's not as if Celtic are 20 points, 15 points, or 30 points above Rangers. Rangers have got a chance, to see if they can win the league. It's not as if you just get the automatic spot in terms of qualification to continental competitions. You have to give them a chance to see if Rangers will end up winning the Europa League, for instance, or if Rangers can dethrone Celtic, or even get to do something better in the season. Those are going to be relegated at the end of the day. So I think they should think twice about it. Though it hasn't gotten to the Scottish Premier League yet, but he's already speaking ahead, because if they can do it in the lower division, just a league lower, just lower to them, it means that they can decide to conclude the season as well. So I think they should be patient with a lot of stuff and see if they can work their way around this whole situation and ensure that the league ends. Like Ibrahim said in the morning, we know Liverpool's points could be reduced to 22 points. Even right now, the league ends this way. Me, I would see Liverpool as a world champion. Yes, they are 25 points ahead as it is right now. I know they've played the game more. Like I said, it could be reduced to 22 points. But people will see them, they'll tell you that, yes, they won it on the table. You understand? They themselves will feel that they didn't win it, the way they wanted to. They want to go out there on the pitch, sweat it out, get the victory the way it should be. So if the players are patient enough and willing enough to get to the pitch when they ask them to do, behind closed doors, which I think that's the way the season will end in all the respective leagues in Europe, even here in Nigeria. I think that's the way the season will end. I think it's better off than sitting on the table and allocating the trophy. To date, Nigeria is a good example. Our league is not as classy as the English Premier League. But today, people don't still see Lobby Stars as worthy winners of the season, where they had to end things on table so that they could feed things at the continental level. That was why they did it. But this time, people still tell you that Lobby Stars was not on the table. And Liverpool would wonder, after what they've done, they've been fantastic all season.
I mentioned in the morning that Rangers have been complaining from the moment they said that they were going to do something about ending the season prematurely in the Championship, the League One and the League Two. And from what is going to happen next, it will be the Premiership that they are going to get to. And the proposal is that next season they will have 12 teams in the Scottish Premiership and not they will have 14 teams instead of the usual 12 that we have. That is, they are not going to relegate any team from the Scottish Premier League. Then they will promote the teams that have gained promotion, have now been told, okay, you won and you are second. They will promote those two to join the 14 in championship. So I don't know. The Rangers have been on this. So if Gerard is saying that it's not a fair process and that it needs investigation, I don't know whether that will carry weight, because those that it wasn't like one team just took the decision. They had to vote, and we saw that Dundee, they were accused of even playing God for some time before they eventually came in and decided to vote yes. Now they've set up a committee which will look at the possibility of expanding the Premiership next, and maybe they might also consider that, look, we do not have much time, so let's just end the Scottish Premiership. Although there are just 12 teams, they still go on to play the full number of matches. Each team plays 38 matches in a season in Scotland. So Rangers have been saying that they should conclude it, they should play those 38 matches per team before the season ends. But with what is happening now and with the coronavirus situation, we really do not know. But who knows, maybe they will listen to what they have said. Already Rangers are saying that they want the chief executive of the SPFL, Neil Doncaster, to be suspended, and then they should do an inquiry into the entire process.
Well, let's hope that COVID-19 will give way so that we'll have all this concluded, because Club Brugge at some point were declared champions in Belgium, and others started talking about ending their season. But it's really hot when you don't get what you want because of what is happening at the moment. Okay, talking about transfer, we are very close to the transfer window, and clubs have been linked to players. But there is a player who is looking forward to leaving Spain, and that is Super Eagles Samuel Chukwueze. But he has been advised by former Super Eagles player Ikechukwu Uche, who spent about 12 years or over 12 years at the in La Liga, playing for different club side. He has advised him not to join any English sides at the moment, that he should stay with the Yellow Submarine and get himself get the development and improvement that he wants with the Yellow Submarine. That right now he could be distracted by offers from the English Premiership. But then, if he were to be his manager or his agent, and you have offers from the English Premier League, though Ikechukwu never played in the Premier League, would you advise him to go now or wait for more time with this Yellow Submarine?
Well, Samuel Chukwueze is older than Tammy Abraham. Tammy Abraham is originally Nigerian, even though he grew up in England and everything. So I don't see why, if it is the age that he's looking at, maybe he needs more time to develop. I don't see how that should be a problem. I think it's good enough for somebody to have gone toe-to-toe with Lionel Messi, to have played so brilliantly in a match, Villarreal and Barcelona, scored in that game, against Lionel Messi. Because sometimes you might be very good, but when you know that somebody that is much better than you is on the pitch, you kind of freeze. But this young man has proven time and time again that he's ready for the big league. I can understand if he feels, okay, perhaps you need more time to really develop, but I don't think you should be scared of coming to England. However, I understand where he's coming from. Let us not forget that Mohamed Salah this is the second coming in the Premier League. The first time it was disastrous for him at Chelsea. As good as he was, it was because he performed so well against Chelsea when he was at Basel that Chelsea decided to buy him. But when he came to the Premier League, it didn't work out for him. Kevin De Bruyne, that everybody is talking about today, also did not succeed the first time he came. Many players have come to the English Premier League and then they had to leave because it didn't work out for them the first time out. So for Ikechukwu Uche advising Samuel Chukwueze, I understand. But I think Samuel Chukwueze has got the skills necessary to excel in the English Premier League. But if I can advise him, just like Victor Osimhen, I would say stay one more season. But if a huge club comes, well, why not you give it a try? I mean, as I said, he has played in a match featuring Lionel Messi, or he has played a match featuring Lionel Messi, and he didn't freeze. He did his best. He played well. So, who in the English Premier League would make him scared of playing there? But honestly, I understand where Ikechukwu Uche is coming from, but the fact that Ikechukwu Uche did not play in the English Premier League, then that might also make you wonder, is he in a good position to advise somebody? Because he had the experience, yeah, then maybe perhaps he will have told him, look, it's not easy. You need to be at this age. You need to have had this level of exposure. So there are young men in the English Premier League that are doing very well. So I think Samuel Chukwu, how old is he now? Is he?
Chukwu is in his 20s.
21, 22. Yeah, that's.
And he's made his debut on, in 2018.
Yeah,
Samuel is playing for the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Yes.
If a team such as Man City, United, Chelsea, Arsenal, they come for him, and he's guaranteed regular playing time. I think.
But that's the problem. I think that's what Ikechukwu Uche is saying. Nobody will guarantee you regular playing time.
But a team like Man United, to me, a team like Manchester United, I think Samuel Chukwueze can walk into that right-hand side where they are really having problems. I know they've tried to do with Daniel James, but we've seen that Daniel James is even more better when it's coming from the left-hand side of the attack. He has scored most of his goals from the left-hand side. Yes, most of his assists has also come from the right-hand side of the attack. But for someone like Samuel Chukwueze coming to Manchester United or even Arsenal, where they are still complaining of the conflict between Pepe, I think he will get a starting chair. Even at Chelsea, I think he can fight for a shirt. Okay, yes, Akin Ziyech is coming. But
Christian Pulisic will get
better. Yeah.
So I think for Chelsea, Chelsea has got too many wingers left and right. So I don't think he should be going to Chelsea.
So for those, if you're playing for a team like Arsenal or Manchester United, I mean, to better if I were to be, it's just that most times these English clubs, they prefer their own citizens. If you give me the opportunity right now to choose between a Jordan Sancho and Samuel Chukwueze, I'll go for Chukwueze, not because he's a Nigerian, but because I've seen both play, and I think that Samuel Chukwueze is more talented than Jordan Sancho. I've watched them play. Jordan Sancho hasn't played a game that involves Lionel Messi, and he took charge of the game. This game, you talked about he getting on the score sheet on the day, but you didn't talk about how he took charge. And Lionel Messi had to go to him. He didn't go to Lionel Messi at the end of the game. Lionel Messi had to go to him to shake his hand. So I think for someone to have had 2 or 3 seasons playing against Barcelona that have Lionel Messi, and in those games, at least one, he was the man of the match. The others, he played very well, and people knew, okay, his services, yes, he's not a defender, he's not a goalkeeper, he's not a midfielder. On his own, he was able to do his best. Even when they lost recently to Barca, he played very well. So I think if I were in the position to advise him, and these 2 clubs that I made mention of, like we rightly said that other clubs like Man City, Liverpool already have players more than enough to kind of fight for his particular position rather. If he's going to play for Arsenal or Manchester United, I think it would be a better move than staying in Spain with Villarreal.
All right, we want the best for our players, and we wish them the best as the transfer market is really buzzing, if not for the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, before 24 lines open, the PDC home tour, talking about professional darts, world champion Peter Wright, and players including Jerwin Price and Dave Chisnell. They will all star in the opening games of a new tournament from their homes. With most sports suspended in the UK, Snake Bites, that is right, we help launch the event, which starts on Friday tomorrow. The PDC home tour sees all players with a tour card given the chance to feature across 32 consecutive nights. It's going to be a bit wet, according to Wright, but he's looking forward to it. 4 players will be in action each evening in a league format before the knockout stage of the competition. How is it going to be done? Each match will be broadcast via video calls, filmed on a mobile phone on a tripod on the PDC own TV channel, and can be watched free by registered users. So that is what they are going to do. It's going to be done on Skype, on mobile phones, and the way they are ready to go. So I don't know, the pandemic has kept so many people at home, and sporting events are being postponed. But this, their own style of doing it from their own homes, I just hope this will be an amazing experience.
You know, I wondered if it is possible to do a competition in. I was just thinking, so what happens? That was when the Olympic Games, when they were going to they didn't know what was going to happen with the Olympic Games. And I was thinking, is it possible to, I know it sounds crazy, but maybe it's not going to be possible that, what if this thing continues and there is no end in sight? What are they going to do? That's before they eventually postpone the Olympic Games. So I was thinking, is it possible that we say, okay, each country gets your qualifiers just the way we normally do for the Olympics. Then for each race, let's say the 100 meters for instance, there will be, you know, they can do split screens. And you go to your national stadium. Every country's athletes go to their national stadium. And at the same time, everybody gets on your marks, and you will see the, let's say, you know, the Olympics final, 8 athletes. You'll be in your different countries. And they'll say, on your marks, set, and the starter will shoot the pistol, and then each athlete runs his own race individually across 8 countries, and maybe even different continents. And then, of course, there will be timers, and then the people at the IOC would be monitoring everything, and then they would, but look, it won't work. It won't work. It's just something that, what if we are unable to combat this crisis? But that, I think it's something that you can actually do. You don't really need the crowd. You don't need for athletics, for instance, you need your competitors to even run faster. Yeah, sometimes when you see the starting lineup of a particular race, you just know the world record is threatened here. Yes, when you, at that time, you had Usain Bolt, you had Tyson Gay, you had Justin Gatlin, you had Asafa Power. You just knew that, look, the 100 meters world record was likely to go. In fact, I think the first 3 persons broke the previous world record. You know, the world records, World Olympic records were these mythical times that maybe it took some time to break. But with Usain Bolt, it's like every time he ran, the world record was going to fall. So when we saw the way he smashed the world record at the Beijing 2008 Olympics, 9.69, we knew that when they were going to the next World Athletics Championship, and then you had Tyson Gay in that race. Tyson Gay ran, I think, 9.72 or 9.71 in that race. Apart from, it was the fastest 100 meters race, apart from the 9.69 that Usain Bolt ran at the Olympic Games. So that told you that we had a situation where about 3 athletes broke the previous world record. And that was because they were together. Honestly, if it had been Usain Bolt and some other athletes, you didn't have Tyson Gay, you didn't have Justin Gatlin, you didn't have Massapoa, you didn't have did Johan Blake run in that final? You know, so if you didn't have those kind of athletes, maybe they would not have broken the world record. So you need those athletes. But in darts, you know how it is now. You put a ball and you just throw. So I think you can have it in different places, and then maybe have a central place where you'll be monitoring them, and you can actually have your competition in your living room. You are doing your own, another person is doing his own, and then you can actually have a championship taking place.
We wish them all the best. The event will also give players a chance to play competitive darts in this down period in preparation for the return to normal action. We wish them all the best as they are trying to use the different formats. Guys, time for you to be part of the show. Reach us on 07062639275, 09039394427, and 08121789154. Hello.
Good evening. It's Jose Mourinho.
Good evening, Jose. Great to have you.
Yeah, greetings from Jerry. You guys are doing a very great job. I look forward to every 4 o'clock. Reach out to my radio. I'm very happy with the way Sunday Olise came out to clarify what he said. I'm very, very happy because it's a big name in Nigerian football. And a lot of kids, teenagers, they look up to him. Because in the past 10 years, hardly you see or you hear players say Olise is my role model. They usually say Okocha, Rashidi Ekini, because of the things that were happening those days. So it's time he has to change that image. So this is the first time I even see Sunday the real Sunday Olise coming to say I didn't say this. Normally he would just ignore. So it's a good one. I'm very, very happy. Actually, coronavirus, I missed the Premiership and the Champions League. I don't know if there is any news about vaccine. Maybe you can educate me. I don't know. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, guy, what's up? Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Guy, going as Francis. I greet you.
That's right. Okay, that's why you're welcome.
For some reason, you guys see me, but that doesn't make it if you call Premiership, you know, free perform. Premiership, you know, saying a very competitive league. If you're not that strong, you know, you make your way for Premiership. But I believe if you will make your way for Premiership, whether you call Man U or you go Man City, if I don't do club, you go really make way for them. That's not my own.
Before we take the next call, you know, yesterday we were talking about the most iconic kits, and then conducted by the BBC, and they voted. So this is the top 20. Number 20, Mexico 1978. Number 19, Belgium 1984. Number 18, Colombia 1990. Number 17, Barcelona 1997. Number 16, Cameroon 2002. Number 15, England Women 2019. Number 14, Boca Juniors 1981. Number 13, Denmark 1986. Number 12, Chelsea 1970. Number 11, England 1990. Number 10, Manchester United 1990. Number 9, Ajax 1971. Number 8, Liverpool 1984. Number 7, Arsenal 1991. Number 6, Celtic 1967. Number 5, Nigeria 2018.
Wow.
That would have been my number 1. Number 4, England 1966. Number 3, West Germany 1990. Number 2, Netherlands 1988.
Yeah.
And number 1, Brazil 1970.
Wow.
Yeah, the most iconic jersey. Of course, Pele won that
I have a
jersey.
question. What's iconic about England 1966 World Cup jersey?
The red that they wore to beat Germany. And maybe you do not find it iconic, but they voted for it. They asked not BBC. No. They asked BBC journalists to nominate, and they brought out so many. And then they said, okay, this is the final 20. You rate them in the descending order. So the ones that got the most, it was the public that voted, or BBC subscribers that voted, and the England 1966 jersey. It didn't win. It was number 4. It was number 4.
Exactly. Wow, Cameroon singlet. No, singlet was sleeveless.
For me, the Cameroon jersey will not have made it, but at least this is what they did. So you are free to select your own. Me, of course, Nigeria 2018 will have won it, but we're number 5. So that's our tip.
All right, the phone lines are all buzzing. Let's take 1 or 2 calls, then go for another break. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Your name and your location. Please move away from the radio set, please. Move away.
Okay, my name is Abraham. I'm calling from Dubai. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
I see transfer. Is it on now? Well, I hear you guys are talking about transfer.
Transfer rumors, we are talking about it. The rumors are flying around, but once the dust settles, then
okay, what about Aubameyang issue and all?
It's been linked to Madrid and Barcelona.
Okay. I just want to get a bit. No problem. Okay, now.
All right, guys, let's go on that break. When we return, we'll take more calls before looking at your SMS.
My people, make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don't say make everybody sit down for house. Coronavirus now bad disease wey don kill many people. But no cause for alarm. Just do wetin government talk. Always wash your hands with soap. Cover your mouth and nose if you want cough and sneeze. Don't near anybody. Remember, say all markets and shops remain closed except medicine stores and shop for essential things. Government don't open food market for primary schools for every corner. You fit waka go there, but government say anybody wey wan comot for house must wear face mask. Remember, say if you see as your cough and sneeze be, or say your body dey hot, or you no fit breathe well, go see doctor or call this toll-free number 0800-123-5111 or 0800-220-0110. On my way just come from abroad. Show yourself to government now, make them help you. My people, shine your eyes and sit down for house. Coronavirus no fit come meet you for your house. Lagos State government bring on this message.
If they find event center will not get rival, or if they find better place where you say you go do your party, welcome to Thames Event Center. We get better banquet hall, we go contain over 300 people. People will get better hall, where we say go carry up to 700 people. Thames Event Center, ticket all Bonga conference hall, we go contain up to 300 people. Enough parking space there, Yakata. Security there, wella. Life can't even there where we say yes, go give you better events. They still they into event management. Make you carry your eye, come see American Wonder for inside Benin City. Thames Event Center Standard Gripa for 171 Sapley Road between Satana Market and Magistrate Court for Benin City. For booking and reservation, after you call us 080-5326-8889 or 070-3066-8234. Thames Event Center. The event center where they make your event go really well.
Sweet and porridge will make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggi Nigeria pot for that delicious bottom pot. Nigeria pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggi Nigeria pot, delicious bottom pot.
New Maggi Niger pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
Alright, welcome back. It's this Sports Fiesta, reaching live on 2.7 KFM down here in Benin City. Let's go back to the phone line. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I come back. It's the morning. I want to celebrate the Nigeria iconic jersey. I'm very, very happy. Although we didn't pass the first round, but we are happy that we got something. And Samasuko is a future and Barcelona.
You say you try and join Barcelona? Oh, okay. Let's take one look at the other side. Hello.
That's my call back. Okay, Brian, the first way, the most jersey way, the kappa, they give them price.
Sorry? Sorry, they give them price.
Whether they give them money.
No, they just say make people vote now. No, so they give them money.
I think they go FIFA will give them money and make them vote.
Yeah, the Brazilian jersey got 40% of the vote, so that's why.
Wow.
They were.
Alright, it's time to look at the SMS.
Okay, before we look at the SMS, let's quickly just give our appreciation to ASU, that's Academic Staff Union of Universities, Uniden Chapter. They were led by the chairman, Professor Monday Omorege to KUFM, and they brought hand sanitizers, liquid soap, and also a bucket with a tap.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was manufactured by ASU, and which is something that is really commendable. They didn't buy, they manufactured the hand sanitizers themselves and brought to us in order to help fight the spread of the coronavirus. So we really thank them. And appreciate thanks to Professor Monday Omorege for leading his team here to give us those materials which will help us battle the spread of the coronavirus. Already, even before this, we have attestation, of course. Even before the government announced that it was mandatory now for every organization to have it, that we had hand sanitizers everywhere, also had the buckets with the tap and soap. So whenever you come into the station, you've got to wash your hand at the gate. Okay, also before we take this, let us announce, because we mentioned this this morning. I said somebody who needed help seriously is blind and said no money right now, needed help with his family, and we asked for assistance. Now, some people have reached out. Some of them did not want their name mentioned and how much they contributed. But we want to say many thanks to our daddy and our friend. Whenever he calls, hey, my son, you know what I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Philip Otobo, he reached out to me and said he had it and he was touched, and so he was going to send something. And in fact, he actually sent something before he called me, and I was like, what's going on? So he said he had it, and that's why he sent something. So we thank him very much for doing that. He always sends recharge cards for us to give out. So we really want to say a very big thank you. Some other persons, they did not mention their names, but to say what I'm going to do, I will send your numbers to this person so that he can call you and thank you, because we want to be as transparent as possible. I recall when Jennifer won the when we made her the KU Fan of the Year. Yeah, some persons sent money to my account, because when it comes to money, you've got to be very, very careful. No one hears story. So we announced exactly what was contributed, and then we gave them to Jennifer. Prince Johnson Agogo, we gave 20,000 naira. Charles Imaragbe, the GM of Meadow State West Management, but also gave 20,000 naira. Big Jeff gave 20,000 naira then, and I think Uwa went to Uwa, she sent 20,000. So I asked for Jennifer's account number and sent everything to her, and then of course I sent the numbers to her to call them so that they will know that she actually got it. So for this one, total amount that I got is 18,000 naira. Wow. Yeah, so we'll be sending it immediately. We leave here now. I'm going to ask the gentleman to send me his account number, and I'm going to transfer that amount to him. So it's 18,000 naira that we got. And please, look, I'm going to put a stop to it. I'm going to announce it. Please do not send me a private message about needing help, because look, if I show you what we have here, some people have come. Look, it's over. I know that there are people that are suffering, but it's overwhelming. There's nothing I can do. I cannot, because the more you do it, the more they keep sending. So we know that people are suffering. So what we'll hope for is somebody will do something like the gentleman that
like, okay, for 40 people or 20 or 10.
Whenever we have that, and we are appealing, even right now, I'm appealing to the well-to-do society. You don't necessarily have to come to KUFL. You don't have to contact me. You can do it to people that are in your immediate community. But if you want to come, if you want to contact me, fine. We'll still do it. If you want us to mention your name, we will mention. If you say keep it anonymous, we'll also do that. But please, do not send me private messages. I'm not a very strong person emotionally. The messages are the sad stories that I'm receiving is beginning to affect me mentally. So please, I beg. We know people are suffering. So as soon as we get anybody, we are going to try and reach out to people. So please do not contact me personally to say they suffer. Many people they suffer. It's sad, but that's just the reality. Okay. So please, we'll do our best to see if anybody brings something. We'll share to everybody, but please do not contact me personally. And my OEPs have also been telling me the same thing, that they are getting calls from different people, they are getting text. Please, we beg you, do not send private messages to say, I am this, please help me. When we get the help, we'll make it open to everybody. Please, we appeal. This one says, go to MKU. I want to thank, TNK. I want to thank you for the good work you are doing, Sir Ibra. Just so you know, Charles and Orlando have revolutionized dialogue, and it is quite nice. It is quite commendable. A great job they are doing. Oh, thank you on behalf of Charles and Orlando. But please remember
this edition. All right, many thanks to you for being part of it. Have a wonderful day ahead. Bye-bye.
People, make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don't say make everybody sit down for house. Coronavirus now, bad disease wey don kill many people, but no cause for alarm. Just do.
Nigeria's COVID-19 cases surpasses 400 as NCDC confirms 34 new infections. ASU Uniben chapter donates COVID-19 intervention materials to KUFM. Federal government doles out 200 billion naira to power sector to improve supply. On entertainment, American singer Selena Gomez sues Fashion Game for using her face on game app. Details of this and more after this break. I'm Benjamin Kadiri. Now the news in detail. 34 new cases of COVID-19 have been confirmed by the NCDC, taking Nigeria's total, while 12 deaths have been recorded. Lagos State has the highest number of cases with 232 cases, followed by the FCT, which has 6 cases each. Katsina has 7, Kwara 5, Kano has 16. Ondo has 3, Delta 4, while Enugu, Ekiti, Rivers, and Niger have 2 each. Benue and Anambra all have the least infection figure of 1 case each. Meanwhile, the global infection rate is now about 2 million, with more than 120,000 deaths, while over 450,000 people have recovered so far from the disease. Is being enforced. The NCDC Director General, Dr. Chikwe Ihekweazu, made the appeal on. Dr. Ihekweazu stressed that tackling COVID-19 was easier said than done in a complex country like Nigeria, which has population density and unique challenges. Professor Omorige, while presenting the materials to the station manager, Saliu Ibrahim, said the union acknowledges the role KU 92.7 FM is playing in the fight against coronavirus through its various sensitization program on radio.
Yeah, our purpose is to partner with KUFM in a fight against this coronavirus pandemic. You and I know that government alone, no institution can fight it alone. It's a collective responsibility. That's why we're here. To give a token, sanitizer, liquid soap for washing hands, and the bucket and the sotaco for washing the hand, which we made the soap and the sanitizer by ourselves. We did the university system. We're always telling government that there are solutions to problems within the university system. We expect that they partner with us more than they're doing now.
As part of measures to curtail the spread of coronavirus disease in Edo State, the government has banned all forms of street trading. The State Deputy Governor and Chairman COVID-19 Response Technical Committee, Comrade Philip Shaibu, who disclosed this on Thursday during a press briefing, said the ban is to restrict contact among people and enforce social distancing rule. Details in our subsequent bulletin. The Chief Medical Director of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, UBTH, Professor Darlington Obaseki, has expressed fear that containing the coronavirus disease in Edo State may become difficult if the number of cases continues to rise. Obaseki, who made this known in a recent interview, said in anticipation of the COVID-19 patients, the management of the hospital promptly proposed, restructured, equipped and activated a 10-bedded isolation center ahead of the first case to be admitted. He added that the hospital is functioning actively and striving for expanded services in the event of more cases of coronavirus requiring admission. KUFM News Break continues right after this break. Stay with us.
Ona ege na yata mama koyo ona ne coronavirus na wa gbelebu na ege no keke na yaga lue ebe na yaje gbowa ne botie toiletro ra upon negere na re mo bo ne botie akati yagunu kebihwe waga tolunwe ege no keke na yaga gbobo ege ya kebe ave lu hand sanitizer aje na Biegbe no monoto lo hwe na songege de kanwe. Ege na okeke na ga gba oge gboma kebe otemi yoma no sikoma. Deguna ge ige egbewe me no we ra. Omo no sikewe egege radio wisi egbe no sikewe se. Useti le tie olabana 08000267662 ra 08009700010. Ni we egbe tie 08000267662 ra 08009700010. Ujirege enwe ayahi magmo. Coronavirus na bege ba o. KUFM 92.7 oyuna ya wele.
Still in the news, the federal government has released over 200 billion naira to the power sector to improve the electricity supply in the wake of outbreak of the deadly coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic in the country. Group Managing Director of Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, Meli Kyari, disclosed this on Wednesday in Abuja after a closed-door meeting of the NNPC team with the Minister of Power, Saleh Maman, the Managing Director of Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, Usman Mohammed. He said the team was in the Ministry of Power to inform the minister that the last 1 or 2 months, and particularly during the COVID-19 period, NNPC has increased gas supply to the power sector. Kyari explained further that there will be a significant improvement in the power generation in all the federal government and associated power facilities. The Presidential Task Force, PTF, on the novel coronavirus pandemic has charged clothes makers across the country to commence mass production of protective face masks as part of national effort to defeat the outbreak. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF, Boss Mustafa, who is also the chairman of the PTF, made the call during Thursday's edition of the daily media briefing by the task force. The SGF also charged the public to be more civil and cooperative whenever interfacing with law enforcement agents in the period of the lockdown, noting that they had been deployed for the protection and safety of all Nigerians. The Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, says Nigeria did not benefit from the recent debt relief by the International Monetary Fund because the country is not indebted to the IMF. According to the minister, the new application is for financing under the Rapid Financing Initiative. The IMF had on Monday announced the approval of immediate debt service relief to 25 of the IMF's member countries under the IMF's revamped Catastrophe Containment and Relief Trust as part of its response to help address the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The beneficiary countries were Afghanistan, Benin, Burkina Faso, Central African Republic, Chad, Comoros, the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Gambia, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Haiti, Liberia, Madagascar, Malawi, Mali, Mozambique, Nepal, Niger, Rwanda, Sao Tome and Principe, Sierra Leone, Solomon Islands, Tajikistan, Togo, and Yemen. Coming up in a moment, American singer Selena Gomez sues Fashion Game for using her face on Game app. Details of this and more after this break.
First baby cry in the labor room, and within the first 1 hour of birth, baby should be put to mother's breast. That first yellowish milk, colostrum, is the baby's first immunization and has the right nutrient baby needs to grow healthy, strong, and sharp. Ask the health worker to put your baby to the breast within the first hour. Give only breast milk. No water, no fluid. Exclusive breastfeeding. Start strong. Zero water for a better future.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Health, Edo State Government, with support from Alive and Thrive and other partners.
You're still on to Newsbreak on KU 92.7 FM. On entertainment, American actress and singer Selena Gomez is suing the makers of a smartphone game, alleging they used her likeness without permission. The Clothes Forever styling game app lets players dress celebrity avatars that resemble stars such as the Kardashians, Adele, and Gomez. But Gomez's legal action calls it reprehensible and a gross violation of her publicity rights. The singer's team is seeking a jury trial to hear the case. The legal document says brands pay Gomez millions of dollars for endorsement contracts, while sponsored social media posts can attract $800,000 a time. And lastly, popular Nigerian music artist Douglas Jack Agu, also known as Runtown, has disclosed that he received COVID-19 stimulus payment from the United States. He made the announcement on Thursday morning on a social media page, although he did not disclose how much the payment was. Runtown, however, disclosed that the stimulus payment came in spite of him being banned from entering the United States in the last 2 years. The Mad Over You Krona further said he will be donating the package to his followers on Twitter. Runtown attended St. Augustine's Seminary, Ezengbo, for a short while before proceeding to New York City, United States, to study fashion management at a fashion school. And that's the news. But before we go, a quick recap of the headlines. Nigeria's COVID-19 cases surpass 400 as NCDC confirms 34 new infections. ASU Uniben chapter donates COVID-19 intervention materials to KU-FM. Federal government doles out 200 billion naira to power sector to improve supply. Do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. Meanwhile, coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors. Stay safe. KUFM Newsbreak was produced by Good News, Onwukanjo, and Benjamin Kaduri, saying thanks for listening. Good evening. With songs that has Justin on it, and Caesar actually introduced this one, and a beautiful one that features Justin right there, and I'm sure you guys love it completely. Okay, that brings us to today's edition of the Drive Time Show, and before that you heard the song by the other side of this, okay, you heard the song by King Josh Fever. That was from the Home Front. All right, so welcome to another special edition, Thursday edition of the show. Okay, so Suba, how you doing?
It's a great day. It's a great day. I've been good so far. Yeah.
She looked padded up.
Well, what? What?
You cold?
Yeah. Look. Well, the doctor has said I should stop taking cold water, but for some very weird reason. Look, I can't just live this entire life without drinking cold water.
Well, I felt that same way.
Once in a while, I take ice water, big, and that's why I'm cold because of that. But besides that, well, it's been a good day. Shared it with a couple of friends. I mean, colleagues, I would say, because everyone in the office has just been going crazy for absolutely no reason. There's Charles, there's Emmanuel, there's Francis, there's the accountant. Just too many mad people around here. I don't understand. There's Benjamin, by the way.
That's what makes it exciting.
Yeah.
And she's so back. Yes, and together we do it right here from top of the hour, 5 p.m. till 9. And Thursdays I take the driver's side and she follows. Okay, now, so I wanted to ask you this.
Okay.
So far, so good. I think to a large extent, regardless of everything that must have transpired in the process of in the lockdown process, that's what talking about every day because there are new developments here and there. about the whole lockdown. So in the same vein, we've been able to hold it down this long. Okay, regardless of how discomforting it has been, uncomfortable for us, still a host of us are even managing to wrap ourselves around the whole process and finding rhythm to it every day. We found out that taking responses from people, we found out people are starting to do new things like read books that they've not been reading before. People are getting more innovative. Some people are engaging themselves more physically in exercises as such. And now I want to ask, in that vein, in that same vein, staying locked down in the same process, what is that one thing that you can't wait to go back to when everything was normal? Like that thing that you miss right now, that the direct effect of this lockdown has created. So that thing that you'd love to go back to, and hope this all dies down real quick so you can go back to that thing that you really miss.
All right, guys, you get to answer that question when we open the phone lines. Benjamin, you can't possibly be asking me that question. We've all been working, so I'm not missing out on anything.
Who said? I've missed out on a lot of things.
You guys, okay, Benjamin, you tell us, because I've not been missing out on anything.
Well, let me just let you in. Probably, man, you do a whole lot of things, and the same as if you don't miss out on anything. For me, for one, is the English Premier League soccer.
Oh, guys.
Every time the weekend comes around, it's like this deep pain in my chest, like, oh, goodness me, this whole weekend is going to run out without going to sit somewhere to catch some soccer games. And English soccer actually does it for me. And that's one thing I really miss and wish we could go back to. Wish it could come around every weekend again. So that's exactly what we'll be looking at. What precisely is that one thing that you miss so much that you can't wait to have come back around? All right, and that's exactly what you'll be telling me, plus a host of other things, okay, you like to tell me about. Talking about your surroundings, environment, or anything you'd like to share. Well, basically, let us in on what that actual thing you miss is, and share with us. So hop on the phone lines and let's get this popping. Numbers to call, 0706-263-9275, 0903-939-4427.
You can send a WhatsApp message or call 0812-178-9154 or send an SMS to 0807-400-9076.
Yep. All right, let's have it. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, turn down the volume of your radio set.
Yeah, good evening. This is Mr. Precious speaking.
Mr. Precious, from where?
From Agbo Park.
Mr. Precious from Agbo Park. Good to have you on the show. All right.
Welcome.
Go ahead.
Yeah. What I've missed all this while about this shutdown thing is the church services. The church services, the church services has been this for this while, and I can't just wait for the whole thing to just get down and church services should just come back to normal.
Okay. Nice. Thanks a lot for that one. Hello.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Soba, good evening.
Hi, good evening to you.
What's your name? Where are you calling from? Jennifer.
Jennifer.
Oh, darling.
Oh, Jennifer, how you doing?
Hey.
There's something wrong with the line,
Hey. Hello.
Hi, we're good. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
How's your day?
Fantastic.
Good day.
What is the question? I don't
what is that thing that you miss in this period of lockdown? That thing that you like to do that you can't wait for us to come on?
Nothing.
You don't miss anything?
That's it. I miss going to church.
No, she misses going to church. Okay.
All right, Jennifer.
Well, in time, all will be back to normal.
Yes, we.
Good evening. She don't hear you. Please register also. Mommy is greeting you. Grandma is greeting you.
Definitely. You guys are registered. You're welcome. Okay, hello. Hello? All right, keep it coming. We're asking, what is that one thing that you love to come right back around, which means you pray and wish this whole thing dies out so we can go back to having them. Hello? Hello, you're on.
Gambino 77.
Yeah, that's it. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good evening.
Hello. Good evening to you.
Very well.
Go.
I'm on with you, bro.
Yeah, good to have you, bro. All right, go ahead.
Man, like, it's supposed to be a festive season now. Like, I miss not being at KUFM at this KUFM at 5.
Aww,
Like I
it
miss
would have been a mad party in here. Yeah, indeed.
Like I miss it like mad. I don't know how to describe it after. I could record the other experience.
Well, there's always going to be better days.
Yeah.
After the black clouds fades off, we have clear skies and better days follow.
We pray soon.
Thanks a lot for sharing that one with us. That's so heartfelt. Thank you, bro. Yeah, one. Okay, yes, we're going back to more music. When we get right back, we'll still be taking your radio register.
Oh, guys, and by the way, courtesy of Prince Agbedion from Ghana, we'll be giving out quite a number of top-up airtime today. So keep your fingers crossed, people. It's coming.
And you know how we do. You pray. You guys
Benjamin,
pray
calm down. You are not going to call the car today. Calm down. Calm down.
You joined them.
Too much petition. I got too much petitions.
We used to be in this together.
No, I got people sending me DM. I say, Soba, you are wicked, but Benjamin is wickeder. And I'm like, what is wickeder? He said, well, I don't have a term. I don't have a term to describe it. Benjamin is just something.
As much as we're taking the calls, okay? Numbers to call: 0706-263-9275, 0903-939-4427.
You could call or send a WhatsApp message to 0812-178-9154, or just send an SMS to 0807-400-9076.
All right. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
All right.
Hello.
And the great Benjamin Dube.
really, Benjamin Dube.
Well done, sir.
My one and only Willy. How are you, darling? My Willy.
Fine.
See the expression you brought on Sobal's face. How about whoever you are, this woman actually has a very soft spot for you. See the expression.
I know, Benjamin, you understand. You get to understand.
That really got me jealous.
Wilfred,
when I see her react like this.
Wilfred, calm down. It's not like that. Wilfred.
I'm on cloud 9 now. Right now.
What's up? So how you doing?
Good.
We're asking a question. What's the one thing that you have missed so much being locked down? And what's the first thing you're going to do once you get out?
That's a very tough question. For a person like me, I don't usually go out always, so I wouldn't say I miss going out.
So it's indifferent.
I miss my customers. My clients. I need to work.
Money. I see you.
I'm serious. I miss work.
Okay.
I can't wait for this whole stuff to die down and get back to work. Yeah, that's it.
That's beautiful.
And I miss you too, Soba.
Hey, it's okay, we friends. It's okay.
I can't see you now. Physical distance.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Go.
Have a great evening. Hello.
Oh, Lord.
Hello, yeah, good evening.
Hi, good evening to you.
This is Junior calling from Adua.
Junior, good to have you on the show.
That's what for the guys, man.
Oh, we're good.
Fantastic.
I got a question.
All right.
Do you really want me to be honest with my answer?
That's exactly what we wish for.
Dude, if your honesty is going to put me into trouble, save it. Yeah?
Like guy, you want thing I miss most. I can't say it on radio, bro.
God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
God bless you for not putting me into trouble. Thank you. You see that? Hello, good evening.
Okay, keep the calls coming in.
Hello.
That was really going to land us in deep trouble.
No.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening to you. What's your name?
My name is Musa.
All right, Musa, good to have you on the show. What are you missing the most? What do you miss the most being locked in?
Party.
Yes, club. I'm missing
club and parties.
Musa, thank you for calling. You can imagine. These people.
Well, actually, he's spitting it out. He's telling me precisely the kind of things, activities.
While we're at it, we're still looking for who won the first top-up airtime. Please call in and let us know you are a winner so we can give out some more.
All right, please do let us know. Hello.
Cousin the boy.
Yes, good.
So much.
Yeah, baby. Good to have you on the show.
Yeah. Okay, let me disclose my name today. Kadiri.
Okay.
Barrister
Philip.
All right, good to have you on the show.
Barrister Philip, give us the full name again. Barrister Philip.
Philip Otobo.
Otobo.
Yeah.
Finally.
Otoboh.
Finally, we get the full ID. Thank you very much. Good to have you on the show.
All right, so it means that you don't go to work again, right? You're not part of the essentials.
No, we don't go to work again.
Fantastic. So tell us, what do you miss?
But we are still working. But I'm missing the church songs.
The church
sound. Church
yeah,
song.
The church song. Yeah.
Well, you can play them at home.
No, you see collectively when you see human beings, when you all waving hand, waving handkerchief, and then you shout, and then you feel the Holy Ghost is on ground.
The presence of the Holy Spirit.
You know what that one means?
Yeah.
You can play the song, very well. I will hear for you guys, we hear for radio. But that particular one, when you are in there, you know, you feel it. You know that the Holy Ghost is here. You waving handkerchief. Yeah. All right. Thank you guys for your work.
Thank you so much. We appreciate. Thank you. Hello. Well, we got quite an amount of messages already pouring in, flooding actually. Yeah, baby. Good to have you on the show.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name?
Esosa, calling from Airport Road.
Esosa or Efosa?
Esosa.
Ma.
Okay, good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
All right, what do you miss? What do you miss about being locked in? And what's the first thing you're going to do once you get out? Ah, darling.
She didn't want to disclose that.
Who won my recharge card? Hello, good evening.
Yeah, maybe the summer. Yeah, this is Dajuma from us.
Dajuma, good to have you on the show.
Good to have you, bro.
Good evening to you, Benjamin and Sofa.
Good evening.
All right, good evening. Go ahead.
No, for me, I did not miss anything. Because I'm always at Joy KFM.
Oh, really? We love you, man. We love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
K's got you. Hello?
Hello? Yeah.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Oh, thank God.
Okay.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. You've been trying to get through.
So what's up?
Benji, what's up?
Good, bro.
Sounds like Barcelona. Is that you?
Who's the other person there? Who's the other person?
Who's the other person?
How many people
Who's
you
the
think
other
in the
person?
city?
The lady there.
What's your name, darling? What's your name?
My name is Best.
Best.
Yeah.
Best, good to have you on the show. Is this your first time of calling in?
No. But most of the time when I'm calling, I think there is, as in, you know, it's really hectic. As in, there's a lot of people calling in. So I just quickly tapped my fingers on that green button, and one of the things I was so happy that I was able to call you.
Really nice to have you join us. All right, so we're talking about the one thing that you have missed being locked in.
Firstly, I miss church. I really miss church.
We have so many spiritual heads tonight.
Go ahead.
And I miss school because presently I'm in my final year.
Oh, okay.
So I miss my guys around, you know, everybody chilling in the evening, like going out for a walk, all those kind of things, and you know. So well, just thank God for everything.
Indeed. We all ought to be grateful. Thank you so much. Now,
all right.
I totally understand everyone calling in and say they miss church. It normally happens like this, Benjamin. One person calls in and says, remember the time when we said, what do you do in the morning? And one person started off with, say my prayers, and everyone say my prayers, say my prayers.
With that.
Yeah? Now you notice today, one person called in now to say, I miss church. Every other person, I miss church. Be honest with yourself. I'm just saying, be honest.
Are you trying to say?
I'm not trying to say anything. Don't put words in my mouth. Do not put words in my mouth. I'm just saying, guys.
Well, okay, she's actually saying she's not trying to say anybody's follow anyway. That's okay, so
You're unbelievable. Who won the top-up airtime? I need to hear from you as soon as possible while I make ready to give you another one. So if you use the green network, Green Network, guys. Remember, this is courtesy of Prince Agbedion from Ghana. I'll be giving as many as we can today on the show. So if you don't get the first one, it's okay. It's okay. Stay still. We'll get to your network as soon as possible, okay? And a big shout out to Prince Agbedion for making this available for people out there. So if you use the Green Network, this is for you. But first, we've got to head out. When we get back, I'll give you Green Network.
Agbedion, thank you very much. And heading back to the music, here is Casanova with a song that features Tory Lanez and our own David.
You know, when you said Casanova, I thought you were going to play that song.
Oh, Casanova.
Ah, me and Romeo.
You should have thought about that when you were
an adult. If I had to pick one to be a child or an adult, which should I pick?
You're standing on the fence now between adulthood and childhood.
So here I am, seated and thinking about how to, go to the market and get food, how to get money, how to pay rent, how to pay electricity bill, generally all the utility bills there is to pay, how to clothe myself, feed myself, transportation. Think about a whole lot as I'm seated here. Yeah? So, dude, kids have zero responsibilities whatsoever. Nothing. Just eat, sleep, be looked after. You're asked whatever it is you want, and your parents try as much as they can to make it available to you. Man, I will be a kid, man. I'll be a kid.
And kids have large amounts of innocence, in that.
Don't go to innocence.
Now, listen. There are some things attributed to adults that you're disregarding. So just going back to being a child. Are you going to let everything go?
Dude, you asked me
just
to
talked
pick
about the
one.
responsibility.
You asked me to pick one. I picked one. What's your problem?
All right, she made her choice. Let's divide with that. We all have ours to make, which means you definitely can be a part of it. All right,
yeah,
so I chose to go back to being a child.
I will ask you, which do you prefer? Would you prefer to be a child or an adult? If you had to sit and pick one right now, which would you go for? A child or an adult? You get to call in and decide.
Let us in.
It's game or truth.
Call in and let us in. All right, numbers to call 0706 263 9275, 0903 939 4427. You can also call
0812-178-9154.
From Basel. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Barcelona.
Hey, Barcelona. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Oh, we're great. We're great. So pick one.
Adult food now.
Adult. Hey, cool. Thank you. Benjamin, could you pass me the pay? Hello, good evening.
Hello.
No, the other one.
Good evening.
Yeah, I'll take it. Good evening to you. What's your name? What's your name? Oh, darling. So sorry. Please call back.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hi. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah. Good evening. Yes, I'm calling from Uwali.
Say your name again. Uwa. From Edo State.
Yeah. UWA.
Yes, I know. All right, go ahead, Uwa. Which will it be?
Yeah, I think I'll go for the child.
You will go back being a child.
Childhood. All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Favor. Oh, darling. So sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Gambino itself.
Yeah, that's him. What's your name?
Jeremy.
Jeremy, which will it be for you?
I was going back to childhood. I just totally agree with what Suba just said.
Thank you. Hello.
I listened it out.
Hello.
Hello, good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Smart.
Yes.
All right, Smart from Jared. Good to have you on the show. Smart, go ahead. Which will it be for you?
Adult food.
All right, thank you so much,
Thanks
Smart. Hello, good evening.
Hello. All right. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Barry. I'm calling from Boa.
Barry from Ubo.
Is it Barry or Dari?
Actually, it's the Barry, but I just have to call it
Barry.
the name short.
Okay.
Oh, no. It means that you're from River State, right?
No.
Where are you from?
Taraba.
You're from Taraba.
Okay.
Oh, fantastic. Dobari, good to have you on the show.
Dobari, all right. Okay, go ahead. Which will you be?
I think I would say adulthood.
Adulthood. All right, man.
Nice
Thank
one.
you so much. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, we
What's
can hear
your
you. What's your
name?
name?
Junior.
Junior.
Go ahead,
Good to
pick
have
one.
you.
I'm on adulthood.
All right, thank
Okay.
you so much. Hello, good evening.
Hello. It's becoming very interesting. Hello.
Hello, good evening. Thanks, Jerry.
Good evening to you.
What's your name?
Musa.
Musa, pick one.
I'll be a kid forever and ever.
Reva, Reva.
Reva,
Hello,
Reva.
good evening.
Hello. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Stephanie calling from Aduawa.
Say your name again. We didn't get that.
Stephanie.
Stephanie from Aduawa. Good to have you on the show. Stephanie, go ahead. Which will it be? Pick one.
Childhood.
Childhood. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Soba and Benjamin. Good evening.
Good evening
Good
to
evening
you.
to you.
I remember all both of so.
So-sos. All right. So-sos.
So-sos.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Which will it be?
Adulthood now.
I know why. That fish joint. Hello, good evening.
Hello. Turn down the volume of the radio.
Come on.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Good
Hi,
evening.
good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good evening, Uncle Ben and Suba.
Good evening
Good
to
evening
you.
to you.
What's your name?
My name is Osazek Binamba. I'm calling from Amuki.
All right, Musa. Wow.
all right,
For me, I would choose adulthood.
All right, man. Thank
Okay,
you
thanks
so
a lot.
much. We appreciate it.
And I'm the lucky winner of the MTN card.
Yay!
Ah, nice. Congratulations to you, man. Thank
Thanks
you
for
so
calling.
much. We
Thank
appreciate
you a lot.
it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm loving your show.
We love you, man.
We love
Thank
you
you.
too. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hi.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
What's your name?
Uwa.
Uwa.
The same Uwa.
Uba.
Nah.
Uba forgotten.
Uwa. I love you.
Oh, thank you very much.
No. I'm not saying I love you. I'm only telling you the interpretation of whatever it is you said each time you call. Yeah, so go ahead. Uwa.
I love it.
Which will it be for you, Uwa?
I don't always, because I want to be friends with you.
Yeah. Hey, Oshe. 3 lines.
Hello. This is so funny.
Good evening. What's your name? Emmanuel. Welcome. Go ahead.
I like to be in charge. I want to take control into get out.
Adults or child? Which do you pick?
Mr. I like to be in charge. Hey.
Okay.
It sounds like something else to me.
Okay.
Hello, good evening. Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Good to have you on the show.
Yes. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm Sonia from Area.
All right, Sonia from Area. Good to have you on the show. Go ahead.
My adulthood.
Adulthood, though.
I would like to ask you a question, but I'll leave that. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Okay. Have made up your mind.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Prince, calling from Nigeria.
Prince, welcome. Pick one, childhood or being an adult.
Yeah, kids for life.
Huh?
I would like to be a kid for life.
All right,
Kid for
thank you
life.
so much.
Hello. Hello. Okay. I guess take a couple of more calls. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Victory from Chile.
Victory, good to have you on the show. Could you be audible, please? Which will you go for?
It's childhood.
All right, childhood. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hello,
Hi. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm Steven Utomi.
Say again.
Calling from
Stephen
Utomi.
Utomi.
Stephen Utomi. Go ahead.
Okay.
I would prefer being an adult though.
All right, man. Thank you so much for that. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Oh, good evening.
Good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
From Inyang.
Say your name again.
Christopher.
Christopher, good to have you on the show. Pick one.
Childhood.
Childhood, thank you so much. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from.
Your what?
God's will.
God's will.
God's will.
Okay, go ahead. Pick one.
Childhood.
Childhood, thank you so much. God's will.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you. What's your name?
My name is Vincent.
Vincent.
Yeah, calling from.
Where from?
Isiho.
Isiho. All right, Vincent, go ahead.
Childhood.
Childhood, thank you so much, Vincent.
Hello. Hello.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening. This is John from GRA.
John from GRA. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to be an adult.
Adults, thank you so much.
Okay. Yes, so we'll take a break, and when we get right back, we'll be looking at the polls. And this was quite interesting.
Yeah, indeed. I thought it was going to be a landslide victory, but you guys are slugging it out.
Already. All right, now here is Nobody. DJ Neptune featuring Joe Boy and Mr. Easy.
Yeah, guys, go check out Facebook right now. We just dropped photos of everyone, really, the on-air personalities here at KU 92.7, dancing, hitting the dance floor. You want to check that one out in a moment. It's still KU 92.7 and the Drive Time Show.
Yep, Nobody. DJ Neptune featuring Joe Boy and Mr. Easy.
Greatness. DJ Neptune. Joe Boy Ponte. Go to my face. To my get so come on, love back.